Wow, that actually worked fairly well. Except I think only one person got dragged over. That's alright. But that's okay. So we can go to YouTube Studio, make sure that that live is actually live. Is public. It is set for unlisted, so we want to go public on that one. Hit publish. Have I ever been to Baltimore? I have not, no. When should the sun rise again? Sun will come out tomorrow, some, carry on, some tomorrow, today. Probably somewhere, what time is sunrise in Papua New Guinea? Sunrise will be at 5:40 in Papua New Guinea. So about 5:40, except it's probably going to be an hour or two before that. So we're at 2200, so about 10 o'clock. So we got kind of 7-8 hours left until it. So if we find the island, we might have to circle for an hour or two until the sun comes up. Yeah. Should be there by then, yeah. We should be there before then. Alright, so here's the other thing we can do. We're at hour number 11. And we're also at 68 degrees, so no readjustment because we're only like 0.3 degrees off. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. Yeah, 12:30. So estimate about 12:30 is when it should be there. Oh, look, actually 5. Yeah, five people did come over. That's very good. I like that. Live redirect does seem to be working on YouTube. First time I've tried that. And it was using the exact same stream key, so it didn't even drop off. So that's good. Now I gotta check my YouTube. Well, my YouTube analytics aren't gonna get updated in real time, so that's all right. Analytics. Because I'm just that kind of nerd. $995 hours in the past 28 days. Yeah, because all of that, 300 plus 250. So if it counted my last stream's hours, it would have been like 600 hours. I would have easily hit the monetization. Whatever. 787 Dreamliner. YouTube is just Brian Murray Aviation. So, how's the dog doing? She's upset that I'm not playing with her. That's her problem. She's sitting here next to me, just kind of crying a little bit. Not really like crying, but sad that I'm not playing with her. 787 Dreamliner, I think, is a wonderful little plane. It has the curse of Boeing, where they go like, everything's got to be all fully manual. We know people are the problem in most of the accidents, and we blame pilots for everything. But we don't want to make things too automatic for people. So it's like, okay, you do you. There's a problem. Oh, it was the pilot. They couldn't figure out the airplane. Isn't that a you problem for making an airplane that's easy to fuck up? Fucking Boeing. There's a lot of really good people that work at Boeing, and the unfortunate thing is management there seems to be absolutely clueless. Yeah, 12:30 or 0:30, yeah, hour, yeah. So, yeah, we're at hour number 11. Absolutely making nice progress. Wrong button. 11 hours, and we can go Estimated time arrival. ETE. Let's go. What was it? 4? Add that. Perfect. Cool. Right back. Also had a dog with her. Yeah. Yes, 0030 my time. So that's going to be in about 4 hours. That's my estimated arrival time. But the most important thing is we have to keep an eye out for these islands. Because in about a half hour we should be over one. But we might just not see them at all. And that could be scary. Could be scary. Remaining. Estimated time on route remaining. Yeah. So 20 hours total. 4 hours remaining. Estimated time till empty is 20 hours of fuel. So HR1, yeah. Hour 1, yeah. That was hours and hours ago. 11 hours ago. Alright, let's pop this chat out again over here. Pop out chat. Very cool. In the 300 per hour? Yeah, it's still in the... Should be 31 gallons per hour. So, it thinks there's 6 hours. So... Doggo on couch. Tim Hortons is such a disease. Kind of. There should be like a hotkey button where you can press it to like dump cargo out the door and lighten your load. It's like, yeah, I want to land lighter, so you go out the door and you go out the door. Yeah. So where are we here? So we're getting close. So here's Papua New Guinea. Here's where we are. We're about the 11-hour mark. There's a series of islands right here that you can't unfortunately see on this map. But then we only have to get up to here, which is the 15-hour mark. So this is, remember, this is closer together. This is actually stretched out. So yeah, we only have like 4 hours left to go. She does that. She does that. She's very needy. Very, very needy. All right. See you in a bit. I'm over the island right now. Am I? Liar. Yeah, I can't see any islands. We could be though. We could be. The problem is I can't see them. So it doesn't help me navigate. I don't know how realistic the stars are either, so it's not like we can really use them as celestial navigation, especially with no moon. How will they eat if they're piloting? Easily. Yeah, they have autopilot, or like what I do with my airplane. My airplane doesn't have an autopilot, but it just cruises nice and level, so I can, you know, eat and use my knees to fly or my hand to fly as long as it's trimmed out. above your head and have the weather said, yeah, don't tell me where don't tell me where we are, because I don't know, and I don't want to know, because we're gonna, and I know we'll be close to where we are when this needle starts to move. Yeah. Exactly. It's definitely false. I can definitely tell that because there's no, the needle's not there. So, yeah. But we are getting close-ish. So there should be some islands ahead of us somewhere. Hopefully they have lights on. If they don't, then we're pretty much not going to see them. So what I might do is go inside here. I'm going to turn that off. And what I might also do is turn off the beacon light. Can't see me now. ETE remaining, that's how much time we have until we're hopefully going to hit that island. So we're within 4 hours, hopefully. When is the sun going to come up? It's going to be night forever. It's going to be nighttime forever on the starry skies of Amelia Earhart. So, yeah, Stonemason, don't tell me where we are. I'm trying to do this the hard way, so I can tell we're not close, but... because if we are, then we are so far off the course, then it's not even funny. So, the dog, she's Zoe. Although she does respond to Monster. 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 She's looking. No, you stay. You stay. Favorite plane of all time. Haven't I answered this like 40 times today? Okay, stay. Leave it. She's getting better at that. Justice for Zoe. Good dog. There she goes. Oh, what a dog. That dog's gonna be fat one of these days. All the treats she gets. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Yeah, she should be flying the plane. Yeah, give her a little hat. Is she gonna do the monster mash? Yeah. Yeah. The monster mash by eating her dog food and dog treats. She's one of those dogs where you can't let her graze. When she was a puppy, I left her dog food out one day, like in the bag. She figured out how to knock it over while I wasn't around. She knocked it over, and just kept eating. And it, like I had this on like security camera. She knocked it over and kept eating until she barfed, and then went back and kept eating more. It was just like, dog. Yeah, corgis are like insatiable appetites. So I have to meter her food out. Otherwise, she will just get fat. She's good about not knocking her food over anymore. She only ever did that once, so I can't leave it on the floor. But yeah, it's only a matter of time until she figures that one out. I can see the silhouette of the plane. I can change the time of game if I really wanted to. I kind of want to keep it as realistic as possible, though. we go to land, it might not make sense. Like if we can see the island or know the island's there, it might not make sense to just sit there flying around for 4 hours waiting for the sun to come up. We might just move it ahead just far enough in time the sun starts coming over the horizon and then go in for a landing. But I didn't want to figure out how to mod in an actual airport there, so I said, whatever, screw it, I'll just make it an airport. And I know I landed there with the 247. Air Duty going to make a video when Yep, I'm going to make a video about this whole thing as well. So about Lindbergh and the Amelia Earhart one. So the plan is tomorrow. I have a conference call at 11 a.m. and then after that it's going to be editing the Lindbergh one. Then it's going to be, once I'm done editing that one later in the week, editing the Amelia one. So how much fuel do I got left? Unlimited fuel. So, but we got about 9 hours, a little less than 9 hours left. Time for me right now in real life, 8:30 p.m. So not that late. We've only been flying for, just under 12 hours. Work on the weekend? No, it's for a other thing. For a content creator thing. I actually missed a conference call today to do this stream. So that's all right. It was understandable. They actually all stopped in at my YouTube channel because they're all like, "You missed the conference call." I was like, "Yeah, I know." They're like, "Yeah." 3:40 a.m. Woof. That is that's early. F-18 cruising past. I have like no point of reference. $6:40 p.m. Nice. Are you gonna stay awake while flying? Yeah, of course. It's only like we've only got another 4 hours. It's not long. Yeah, there's no point in going to sleep and checking in. Chances are we're only 4 hours away, and if not, we're gonna keep flying until we find the damn place. ETE remaining, so we have about 4 hours until we should be near the land, so near our island, our target island. Still not seeing those islands, but we're still a little ways out, so for what we should be time-wise. We should still be seeing them on the horizon, though. So that has me a little concerned. Phone 60% weak battery. Hasn't even been 30 minutes since I said 70. Or, well, here's the interesting thing. TikTok uses AV1, which doesn't have hardware encoders. I don't believe AV1 has hardware encoders in the iPhone until, what is it, like the 13 or 12 or something? So when you're playing video back with AV1, it's not actually that efficient. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that TikTok isn't transcoding it. TikTok might be transcoding it for people who only have H.264 or 265 decoders in their phones, which would make sense, right? TikTok does a really good job making sure the user experience is top notch. That's kind of their main goal. Keep people on the platform. Transcoding. So when you take a video, you can encode it in a certain format. So H.264 is kind of the most standard, most common one, and it's fairly large. It's small compared to what we had before, but fairly large in terms of file size, in terms of bit rate. So to get a certain quality stream, you need to have a certain quality of video. But when it sends out there, someone might have a phone or a computer or something that's not capable of watching it in the really high quality. So they might have to make it a much lower quality. Like they might have to, it might be 1080, and that person's only able to watch video in like 720 or 480 or something because of some limitations, whether it's on the phone, on their network, whatever it might be. Or they might just not have the codec. They might not have the H.264 codec. They will, 264 they will, but not something like AV1. So what they do is they take it into their ingest servers as the video comes in. It then takes it and then it connects in with these transcoders and produces 4 or 5 other streams. So they might be a lower quality one, it might be a different codec, it might be a lower quality with a different codec, and a bunch of these. And then when you connect in, it completely transparently will pick the best video format for you, whether that's because it's a better codec or whatever. Your device is able to say, I'm only able to read H.264. I don't want to see AV1, so it's only going to connect with H.264 and then figure out how much bandwidth it's got available to it. So if you're piloting, how do you go poo-poo? Autopilot. Miami to Heathrow, 7 hours journey. That's a long one, yeah. Miami to Heathrow. So probably doing that in an airliner, right? How many hours left, Hitman? That's we are, what, 4 hours? Less than 4 hours remaining? Possibly. It could be a lot longer than that too. So we might end up having to do like a ladder search pattern, which could be a whole lot of no fun. Where is this game? This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. You can find it on the Microsoft Store. It's also available on Xbox Game Pass. And Game Pass is a great way to get it if you get a whole bunch of other games too. And it's some fee per month, I don't know. Alternatively, if you don't have a computer capable of running it or don't have an Xbox capable of running it, you can get Xbox Cloud Gaming, in which case you'll even run on your phone, and it works really well on your phone. You do need kind of an external controller, but small price to pay. Do the other islands... Do the islands have lights on them? They might, White Moon. They might. We don't know. It's something I didn't test for. So if they don't, we're just going to continue on until we... Like, it's a nice correction factor for us, but it's not a be-all and end-all. I did IRL, so I want to do it here. Nice. Yeah, that's a fun thing. So that's something I've done before, is I've done flights that I was going to do in real life, but I did them in the sim. And usually I'd take a faster plane. Like my plane does 110 miles an hour. I'd take like a Cirrus or a something twin, like a twin whatever, and fly a lot faster, or like a TBM. Just that kind of got a layout of like the roads and everything, kind of what I'd be seeing from the air. It's night, yes. Screen is black because it's nighttime. And I don't know if the encoding is going to do it, but there's the stars, and you can see the outline of the plane, so... We'll get there. We'll get there. So we should only be about 10 minutes away from these islands. So I would have figured by now we should see them. And because I'm not seeing anything off of either wing, I think it just means they're not lit. Which is fine. Rundown of the instruments you're using? Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep an eye out for these things here, but generally speaking, we're using the directional gyro right here to kind of keep us on heading. RPM, manifold pressure, these we've set them. I haven't touched these throttles the entire flight here. These are kind of engine health, and they're all going to be fine because it's not going to blow up the engine in this plane. Especially because we're kind of right on the money for all of our settings, which is perfect. But airspeed, altitude, vertical speed, that's kind of really what we're using. So aside from that, it's all just a matter of clock time and go. YouTube and Twitch chat are like, they can see her staring straight at the camera, just growling at it. There were, yeah, 1,000 people. There were 7,000 people, 7 or 8,000 people in here for a while. They can get my license after watching this? Yeah, possibly. You're such a grump. Oh, who's having a bad day? You are. Oh, what a dog. Did I miss any islands, did I? I turn these lights off so I can maybe get a better visual. There's absolutely nothing. It on the camera that comes on when it's showing on stream? No, I don't. I don't have a tally light for these. It's kind of hard to do that without pushing data back, and unfortunately, the cameras don't have that. The A7, or not A7, the FX3 has one, but I don't know how well it integrates with like OBS. Probably not at all. I don't think OBS even cares. So for that, which makes sense. Playing with a keyboard and controller works great. Yeah. Play PS4, nice. Yeah, it would be nice if they opened up Xbox Game Pass or whatever, or Xbox Cloud Gaming for PlayStation. That'd be crazy. But at the same time, if they did that, then people would just go, wait, so I can buy a PlayStation, or I can buy an Xbox and only play Xbox games, or I can buy a PlayStation and then I can play PlayStation and Xbox games. Yeah, the Xbox experience might be a little bit worse, but you know what? I'll do that. And then they play that and they're like, well, these Xbox games, I'm getting a worse experience, so I'm just not going to buy that anymore. And effectively, they force themselves out of a market. So I can understand why they wouldn't do that. Seems low. Audio on the mic seems low? Is it? I don't know. That might just be because the music is up. But it's also because I'm moving around a bunch. But yeah, test. Probably give it a half a decibel more. Test. Yeah. / give dog treats. Oh, she heard that. When are you flying? I am flying. I'm flying right now. People buy Xbox because of the huge advantage of Game Pass Ultimate, yeah. Yeah, Xbox is great. I'm not the biggest fan of Microsoft as a company. There's a bunch of stupid things they do, but Xbox is definitely one of their shining stars that they're really, really good at. Visual Studio Code is great. Absolutely great. Wonderful editor. 9 more hours. 9 more hours of fuel remaining. But if we're on track to hit this place, we're under 4 hours. But trick is we have to hit within we have to hit kind of within 100 miles in either direction. Otherwise, we're going to miss it and just fly right past it. PS rules, Xbox rules. So I think basically the 15-hour mark is where we're going to be flying over it. So we'll get to like the 16-hour mark, and then we're going to start we'll do like a square search pattern. How am I flying it in a big space? It's we're flying in easily. It's got an autopilot. So we have people cruising by in the Dark Star of all things. The Dark Star could do this entire flight in, I would say, maybe 45 minutes. Or 40 frames per second on this game, but it's strange because I don't realize it's low FPS on this game. Yeah, so 30 to 40 frames per second is not low on a flight simulator because you don't need twitch reactions on a flight simulator. So as long as it looks good, you're fine. Game doesn't move around a lot. Exactly. You're not having to like quickly click on things or jerk around and stuff. Like in a first person shooter, 60 is almost required. In a game like this, 30 is fine. Would be nice to have 60. It'd be nice to have 120, but you don't even notice it. That's my friend of mine. He's like, "Oh man, how are you living with only getting like 30 frames a second all the time?" I was like, I honestly don't even notice. But that does bring up a good point. For a lot of this game, there's so much that's dramatically that's not very optimized that it becomes a problem. There's a whole bunch of things that should just be better, but you should be able to get a lot more frames per second, especially when you're flying like a high altitude. Like why they're even caring about major, altitude changes, except for on things like mountains. Like just flatten that mesh, like low poly that ground, be done with it. Like just you're flying high, who cares? But no, you're still pulling only 30 frames a second when you should be pulling 120 frames a second. And a bunch of the internal controls these play, like it's reasonably complex geometry, but not that complex. Yeah. I think the human eye can see more. There's kind of a myth that the human eye can only see a certain like 30 or 20 or whatever frames per second. It can see more than that. It's like, but it can't distinguish individual frames, but it can understand the movement and stuff within them a lot better. So you do get a benefit up to, it's like 60 to 80 hertz. Beyond that, it's very diminishing returns, and only people like 120 is well beyond what people can see. Thought he was actually flying. Yeah, no, it's I'm enjoying it. Thanks for that. Has someone donated the 250,000 yet to Silver Plasma? Not yet. We haven't had anyone make any rude comments lately. That's fine. The game would be a lot better, I think, but at the moment it's very good. Yeah, exactly. I think they need to be spending a bit of time optimizing it for sure, but at the same time, it's good enough for what it is right now. There's Colonel in the Spirit of St. Louis. Something. Yeah, that's an interesting username. Just that kid. Thank you for the rose. Wait, so is the crash in 20 hours or 4? It's in at 20 hours. So we're about 11 hours in. 4 hours is when we should be hitting the island. So if we don't hit the island in 4 hours, we're in a kind of a world of hurt. We're going to have to start looking for the island and doing a search pattern. Just like, what was that Rittenhouse kid? The 4 doors, more whores. Like, bringing that, can you, like, just, that's in the court record now. Can you tell us what your Instagram handle is? Yeah, it's 4 doors, more whores. Jesus. Still nothing. We should be over those islands by now. It's entirely possible that we're in a that there's a cloud bank or something underneath us that's just clouding them out, but we can't really tell. So where are we on the map? We're about here, so somewhere at about the 11.5 hour mark. So there should be a series of islands right across here. Unfortunately, we can't see them, so that means there's either no lights on them, or it means that there's a cloud bank underneath us, or it means that we are so far off track that we don't know where we are, which is entirely possible. So, but yeah, so we're right about there. So we've only got kind of, 1, 2, 3.5 hours left, up to 4. Thanks for that, Silver Phasma. I really enjoy that people are enjoying my content. Put it that way. Yeah, I generated those. You can actually find them on my Discord. So, what's the name of the island I'm going for? It's Howland Island. Howland Island. It's not in the sim unless you go onto the Discord, grab my my scenery pack, which is just Howland Island, and it'll give you a ADF that you can follow in, which is what I'm tuned to right now. I'm coming to every stream. Nice. Yeah, I'm planning on doing one of these every 2 weeks. I've got a couple plans for some upcoming ones. There's one I'm going to try to interview the guy who actually did the flight in real life, because I think that could be a very interesting conversation. But I'm not going to go tell about what that one is. I've got a really great TikTok I want to do. I don't know if I'm going to have to do it as a filler or what, but it's my favorite aviation story ever. And I want to make sure I do a really good job of that video because it's seriously, it's my favorite aviation story ever. And I don't want to do like a video and then it get like 400 views. Killer Auburn. It's a wall. What a dog. living the rough life, aren't you? Get it? It's the rough life. Oh. I'm not entirely sure what... I'm not entirely sure what this means. S and F. Horse feather? I don't know. I'll figure out what this instrument actually does later. Gonna go crazy when they find out you're landing and then flying to France. Wait, what? Who volunteered me for this? Choose some music in my showcast server. Yeah. It could be a white moon. Could have weird setting or something. I hailed the big blue, but now it's only water now. Shit, I'm going to France. I just want to go to Disneyland. Color asparagus. Yeah, I need to update my potato bot in Twitch so that it can actually talk to YouTube and TikTok. The Discord in Flight Resources. So we go to Flight Resources and scroll up a bunch. There's a whole bunch of maps, which are all my maps. And it's just called Howland Island. I should just pin that one. Pin message. Oh yeah, pin it. There we go. So you should just be able to hit the pin. But... oh, I don't want to be French. So we're 10, 11. So there is still some islands that we could be hitting. So if we're south, we might be hitting islands coming up here. And it really depends on where we'd be hitting them. So if we're too far south, we'll see them off the left wing at like the 12-hour mark. So... but it's entirely possible these just don't have enough civilization for the AI to figure that one out. Sacre bleu! It's 11:06 in Michigan. 9:07 here. Is there where an Xbox player can download the Howland Island with the zip file? Unfortunately for Xbox, no. There's no way to do that. You can load in the coordinates, but I don't know how to do that. And there is a way to actually load a flight plan. But again, I don't know how to do that because it's been... my Xbox has not been updated in about a year and a half. So, but there is a way to load flight plans. And there is a way... like, if you go into the world map, you can type in the coordinates of Howland Island, which you can find off Google. and off Wikipedia, actually. If you look, Google for Howland Island, the Wikipedia is going to be your first hit. Hit that one. Make sure it's the one from Amelia Earhart. It's the only one I found. And then you can hit the coordinates up at the top right-hand corner, and it'll give you the coordinates in decimals. And you just type that into the search box, and it'll let you find it. If you're at the world map. If we're to donate money, how should we do that so we can do this IRL? If you're to donate money, if you're to donate $250,000, don't donate it through Twitch because they take like half of it, or even YouTube. I got a PayPal. Send it through PayPal. There we go. Send any money you want to donate to me and I'll take care of it. Yeah. Well, it's like a friend of mine. He's like, yeah, let's go to the casino. Let's go to the casino. I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? We'll go play some, whoops. I just bumped the mix up. Somewhere around there should be fine. So my friend of mine goes, let's go to the casino. And he's like, let's go play the slot machines. I was like, why would we want to play the slot machines? Like, yeah, it's great. You can win a lot of money on that. No, you can't. They're the worst odds in the casino. It's like, if you want to lose money, why don't you just hand me $20 bills and you can pull on my arm and I'll just keep the money. Like, just idiot. So sun out so we can see if we can't be in... I want to do this as realistically as possible, so we could be, like, really screwed. I think we're probably going to be all right, though. Because so far, like, we were a few miles south, but not terribly. It wasn't too bad. Oh, God, we're going down. That's what she had wearing us. Yeah, they did find some items, but... the heel of the boot was actually from a boot 2 sizes too large, and things like they found it was like a freckle cream, because at the time, you know, it was like, oh, you can reduce your freckles, and she was always really conscious about her freckles, and they found some freckle cream next to the boot and stuff. Like, well, this might be her. Well, they never had any proof that she ever did use that. Nobody ever believed she was necessarily using that, but she could have been. Is the time of day accurate on here? No. We have it time shifted so that it was accurate to the time she took off and the time she's going to be landing. So, yeah. We've been dying. Oh, hey, Comic Crazy. I just missed a raid of 17 people. Oh my god, I'm the worst. About 1 minute ago. Hello, guys. So if you don't already know, we are flying the Amelia Earhart flight right now, and we are doing it all on paper, just like we did 2 weeks ago with the Limburg flight. We started off in Leh over here, and here's Howland Island. We're currently at about 11.5 hours. Now, we should be seeing some islands underneath us. The problem is, I don't see them, and that might be because the scenery doesn't have lights on them. It might be because they're just not inhabited enough to have lights. It might be because there's a cloud layer, or it might be because we are way off track. And if we're way off track, we're hosed. But at about so time-wise, we were pretty much happily on track. So when we hit about that 15-hour mark, we're going to start doing a search pattern. So I don't know what kind of search pattern. Probably a ladder pattern. Probably makes the most sense. And I think we're going to start north and see if we can get something. Basically fly for 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes until we find something. But we'll see. We've been dying. Where's Doggo? She's down here being a doggo. So He's delirious. He can't see us. I can see you. But welcome to the stream. Rusty Cages, Planet Neutral. Let's see. Final Mint, Comic Crazy, Seabass. Sebastian, where are you with your 747? We are in desperate need of 747 flybys and shenanigans. G.I. Joseph, hello. So. Get it fired up. I'm in the water with one engine missing and the other 3 are on fire. Par for the course. This is par for the course. What server am I on, Alex? I am West USA. West USA. So somewhere around those islands. Don't quite know exactly what they're called. I'm going to bring them up here on ForeFlight. Because it might tell me. South Tarawa? I keep forgetting. ForeFlight has like garbage maps. We should be near Nauru, I think. That's what it's called. Or South Tarawa. No, that's Nauru is long past. South Tarawa. Or Tanianang. These are small little islands. But there is little airports on them. So usually, well, I guess the small airports aren't lit. So the thing is, I can go and click a little button down here and it'll tell me if there's airports around. But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. 30-something viewers on TikTok? That's alright, Silver Phasma. It's mostly because it's late night and we're effectively not really seeing much going on right now. So, can't really blame people for that. We need more people to pay for the plane. Exactly. If we want to get this done in real life, we need more donations. Come on, keep donating. We need $250,000 to buy the plane. That's yeah, exactly. Exactly, Comic Crazy. It's probably the number 2 question I get asked. Aside from how much fuel is in there. We need more money. We need more money. Thanks for the follow, Grandmaster, and fly the world now. We will get there. We will get there. We were taking off, and we had a lot more to see. There was, we had, what, 7,000 people watching at the time? So, are there any Easter eggs on this plane, like the sandwiches? I haven't found any. Oh, God. Oh, I thought that was Seabass for a second. Look, Seabass. Colonel is taking over your job. Until that plane is upside down. There's Winterband in the DC-3. Off to our right. Gotcha on the 747 flybys. All we need. 747 flybys. Some freckle cream, yeah. Well, this plane isn't the one she flew in, so that they wouldn't necessarily do that. But yeah, I'm in your general area and can't find you. Interesting. It's kind of a wide area, unfortunately. So I might be really, really far off. So I was flying a bit further north because I knew there was one island that we flew past at. So we're pretty much right on track until we're at the 6-hour mark. And then about there, 5 or 6 hours, we were about 10 or 20 miles south. So up at about 6 or 7 hours, I moved over by about a degree so that we were actually flying. So we could be basically skipping the line right now. So we could be actually being blown further south. But even at the 5 or 6 hour mark, even if we're getting blown that far south, like 20 miles, we should still be within 100 miles and still be able to pick up that radio beacon. So we should be okay. I think we're correcting okay. See the sun, we're going to be flying over Japan. The land of the rising sun, yes. Yeah, I'm on West USA, so should be able to find me. You're doing this again so soon. Hey, I can try and do something like this every 2 weeks. I don't necessarily know if they're going to be long marathon streams like this, but certainly ETE remaining. That's so we have about 4 hours remaining. It's actually closer to about 3 now because of where we are, but I know the atom bomb joke. Oh god. That was okay, so Amelia Earhart was number 3 on the list of things people wanted to see. Number 1 and number 2, not in any particular order, was 9/11 and Hiroshima. I don't think I'm gonna do those flights. She used a Lockheed Electra, which is almost the same plane as this. So animation overrider, huh? Same avionics. Obviously, she didn't have like a 530 in her plane, and a lot of this stuff was way too modern. I couldn't really find anything that would have the same exact avionics, but generally speaking, it was kind of the same type of stuff in there. Obviously, you know, this stuff, we're not using any of it except for the ADF. So, want to see the Russian Revolution? We might go see that. Color Amaranth. Yeah. 1914. Yeah, I've always been kind of a little bit fascinated with Russian history. I don't know enough about it, but I was always fascinated with it in school. So I had a friend who was Russian. I started learning Russian, but you know, without having someone to speak it with anymore, it doesn't really work. So I think we definitely missed those islands, but I don't know if we missed them sideways or if it's just lighting. So we're gonna keep on keeping on. So this next course, I don't think, 68. Yeah, we're 0.1 degree off, so there's no point in adjusting. Sister-in-law's Russian. Oh, nice. Yeah. On TikTok, we gotta go and update our timers. Estimated time. Hey, Act Halo, how's it going? Coming in hot. Sea bass, of course. I think the camera's okay. Winter band. I don't see you, Seabass. You're here somewhere. Ah, there you are. I don't even know where the front of this plane is anymore. There it is. Coming in hot. Any major turns I have to make? No, it's pretty much straight from here. It's pretty much straight from here. Even if I average out, you know, and I'm, you know, a degree off, over the course of about 100 miles, it's only about 2 nautical miles. So across 1,000, you know, across 1,000, we're maybe 20 miles out. So we should be okay as long as we were correcting for wind, major wind, which could be a problem. We might. I never actually did check the wind, so which I should probably do. Wind speeds. It is actually, well, sort of a 10 knot kind of crosswind, headwind. So across the 10 hours, it could be 100 miles south, maybe. Hard to say. Hard to say. So, we've been flying one loop this entire time. So that's kind of what makes it fun. We have no real way of estimating our actual where we are. So when we hit that hour marker and we're not tuned in, then what we're gonna do, there he goes, is we're gonna make a left turn and go north. But there should still be those islands. And those islands go pretty far south. And that just basically turns into a headwind. Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't see any islands, so I'm just gonna assume we're pretty good on track. We were turning north a bit on track by about sort of 2 nautical miles every 100 miles to kind of correct after some stuff. So I think we should be okay. Do I have to control the plane? I am controlling the plane, so I don't have to physically touch all the controls because we have the autopilot, which is keeping our station for us in altitude. But it does mean I have to be thinking about all the different things the plane's doing. So things like what heading are we on? And we are currently at 68, right? What's the PayPal? It's on my, I think it's on my website. I don't know. It's definitely on my Twitch, actually. Actually, I had somebody donate like $5 onto it a couple weeks ago. I didn't realize. I was like, I was looking after the stream. I was like, someone sent you $5. Like, why did somebody send me $5? I don't know what's going on. It turns out it was like, oh, maybe it was from the stream. So I should probably get notifications set up for that, because I am terrible. What hour are we on? We are hour number 12 of a possible 20-hour flight. Possible 20-hour flight. Twitch is just the same username, in the blue yonder. Definitely don't want to click that. I have no idea what that is, White Moon. No idea. You see the dog? She's sleeping. Well, she was sleeping. No more staff duty or 24-hour shift. So let's go. have a 747 cruising by, doing aerobatics. I love it. You're so needy, dog. So needy. 36%. Need to get that quick charger in there. Feet. Might want to pull up. Pull up. There you go. Altitude, altitude, down, 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 up, 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 up. How do planes land during cloudy or foggy weather? Usually via, it depends. So if it's cloudy, it's kind of usually not a problem as long as the cloud base is high. When it's foggy or really rainy or whatnot, where you can't see visibility, under a few thousand feet, then they have to use instrument landing systems. And usually that's either an ILS or an RNAV, usually an RNAV. But larger planes will use ILS because it's a little bit more precise, just for that last bit of landing. You stalled. Imagine if the plane just blows up for no reason. And the new Sully in the water. Alright, now let's go swimming. See if you can find Amelia Earhart's plane. Alright, I'm gonna go hit the washroom. We'll be right back. So. All right. It's the best stream I've ever seen in my 5 years' life. Only for the past 2 minutes while I was gone. Still no tracking. That's fine. We're still a bit out. By the most optimistic numbers, we're still leaving out. So that's all right. So we only have 2 more correction points, and they're not actual correction points. They're literally 0.1 degree off and 0 degrees. ETA update? Yeah, we updated that already. Yeah. So we're about 3 hours out. So we're at 9:30. So 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. So about 12:30 is when we should be there. But here's the thing. So if we are somewhere south, and I think if there's a direction we're going to be off, it's going to be south. So once we hit that 15 hours, we're going to head, subtract 90 degrees from the 67. So we're going to be 3 whatever. And what about, I look at a compass rose because I am lazy. So it'd be about kind of 340-ish, 345 degrees. And then we're going to do a ladder pattern. So we're going to fly up there. We're going to do like 10 minutes north. And then we're going to do 10 minutes kind of east. And then 10 minutes north and 10 minutes west. Or sorry, 10 minutes west, then east. And we're going to keep doing this pattern like that until we see something. And then if we can't see anything, then we're going to go south and come back around. But hopefully we should be reasonably on track. So yeah, we're going to find a way to make this happen. Yeah, it's on TikTok and stuff, or Twitch you can't, unfortunately. On TikTok it's a lot easier to see it, but kind of get an idea of at least it. So next time, I think I'm gonna might have a little bit more time to prep. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it up so that TikTok's gonna have some more capabilities. I might do an overhead cam so that I can put the paper down and just show it overhead. Today I just didn't have the time to do that. Why did she attempt the first check at night? So she was planning, she was going to take off at 10 a.m. and then fly overnight, and then she would be flying around in the morning. So sunrise is something like 5:30 a.m. and that's kind of around the time. I think you do, Frankie. I think that's what their subscriptions are. So, you can follow, and that's free, obviously. But then a subscription is paid, just like a Twitch subscription or YouTube subscription. So, you can try this again, but without streaming. Ah, okay, Christopher. It's a good idea, yeah. Where are you flying to? So, I'm flying to Howland Island, which is where Amelia Earhart was supposed to land. She got close. She had to have been within, like, 100 miles of the airport. The last word she said was wait. So she said, I'm traveling up on this one, and I'm going to be tuning in at whatever frequency, and wait. And that was the last they heard. So they figure she might have had like an engine failure, or more likely ran out of gas, and just started sputtering, stopped making power, and who knows. Crosswinds could have pushed her off course. They figure she was actually quite a bit far north initially. So they don't know exactly where she was, but they knew she was close. She a living cliffhanger? Yeah. Well, probably not living, but she's definitely a cliffhanger. The Crab Island theory. The Crab Island theory. The theory where a giant crab, Godzilla style, from all the nuclear testing in the area, grew so big it plucked her out of the sky and ate her. Crab Island theory. No, they've never found any wreckage. Nothing that's ever been confirmed of her plane. So, yeah. And since she knew it was a giant crab, who knew? How'd you guess? It's the Godzilla crab theory. Yeah, they've done a lot of digging. A lot of digging. So there was a documentary here on National Geographic, I believe it was, a couple of years ago. And they explored that. They explored the whole Crab Island theory. They had ROVs and stuff underneath water checking for it. They were digging around underneath a special kind of tree. They thought it might be her. Not sitting in a wicker chair this time? Correct. Because Amelia Earhart would not sit in a wicker chair. She was good about saving weight, but not about wicker chairs. She's like, no, we can deal with having a comfortable chair. Yeah. Yeah, Christopher, maybe later we can check into that. And chat, let's pass him at the same time. Winterband is in the chat. He's in the Twitch chat. Planes fly by magic. Correct, Sebastian. Correct. Beauty. Yeah, exactly. Amelia Earhart definitely got her chair from IKEA. It's a little bit janky. It's actually holding up fairly well for an IKEA chair. I replaced the wheels on it with like those roller casters, which roll a lot better on the carpet. And because before I had just like the standard casters with like those plastic mat, but the problem was I was getting so much static from that whenever I touched anything on my computer, stuff would like zap. And I fried a port on something once, and I can't remember what it is now. It was like a laptop, and I was just like, "That's it. I'm done with this BS." So put on nice, proper, roller skate, rollerblade bearings, wheels on this thing. Rolls around a lot better, and it hasn't really done any real damage to the carpet yet. But over time, it probably will. But at the same time, replacing the carpet in this room, it's not a very big room. Replacing in this room is cheaper than replacing a computer that I might fry. So she got her car on eBay. eBay Motors, it's the best place to buy your car and car parts, according to Donut Media. Most people don't know that, but it's true, yeah. I should check the seat out of the Dark Star. I just like bees, they taste good. What? The bees? My pilot training class, our motto was PFM, pure fucking magic. And we had to change it to pure flying magic. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how helicopters fly. It's clearly... Helicopters don't fly. They just beat the air into submission. What age did I get my PPL? Let's see. I don't actually remember. Like, I would have been maybe 25, 26, 27, somewhere in that range. Oh, I know exactly. I was 28 when I got it. 28. Because that was the same year I started to drink. And I remember it because that was the same year I was, like, going to, like, big parties and big festivals and stuff. And, yeah, I remember I was at a big festival and my flight instructor flew overhead and I looked up. I get a text and I look up and he just says, look up. And I look and there's the plane I do my training in. He was with a student and they're flying over the festival. I'm like, nice. Nice. So... very specific reason I remember these weird things. Just, I don't remember exact days and details and stuff, but hey, I remember the things around it. Bees are crunchy. My friend sent me a message about bees. About, like, sticking your hand in bees or something. I'm like, what the I'm not doing that. Nice. 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 How's it going, Firebird? Where's the UI? Oh, the UI? Oh, this is the UI here. The problem is we can't see shit because it's nighttime, and the moon is only a sliver, and it just went down the horizon like 4 hours ago. So we can't see anything until daytime. So we're effectively flying completely blind. The only thing we're really looking for right now is effectively our timing, in which case we're currently at the 12-hour mark. 12-hour mark. At the 15-hour marks in about 3 hours, we're hopefully going to be somewhere around Howland Island, and that means in 2 hours we should start seeing this thing come alive. Depends how far off we are, but all right. See ya. Good night, Gumbo. Good seeing you again. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. We're getting close. So if we hit that 15-hour mark, we're gonna start doing a ladder pattern north. And if we get to the point where we run out of fuel at the 20-hour mark, that's when we are going to just switch over to the GPS and try and figure out how far off we were and how far, like, what kind of patterns we were flying. So this could be entertaining. Is landing on water a completely different process from landing on a runway? It is, yeah. Well, I won't say completely different process. You still come in, you still approach the same, but the difference is in a float landing, in a water landing, you want to be close to something where you have some reference. So even if there's waves, even if there's water, it's still kind of difficult to judge how high you are. If there's more waves, it's easier to judge how high you are. If it's glassy smooth, it's really hard. So you want to be kind of near trees or something where you kind of have this reference point, and you come down, and when you land, it's not like in an airplane where you're just kind of like not necessarily riding it out, but just kind of controlling it in. Depends on the kind of airplane you're landing. So when you're landing a standard float plane with a standard pontoon style floats, you pull back, you chop the throttle once you touch down, and then you pull back on the stick, on the control column, whatever you're using, and then it kind of settles in and just like bleh, drops in, and they can stop really quick. On a lake like my plane, you have to balance it on. Otherwise, if you pull back, it will pop out because the wings are way more effective because they're much closer to ground effect, and the plane will pop right out and you stall and just come back down. And I've seen some videos of that happening, and it's not pretty. And if you push it too far forwards, the nose can actually dig in, and then you end up effectively with a ground loop, but it's a water loop, so you can end up spinning the plane on the water. Now that's for a standard landing. For a non-standard landing, where you're landing on glassy water, your pants, sorry. So if you're landing on a glassy water, you don't really know where you are. So what you do is you come in and you flare a little bit high, like at treetop level, and then what you do is you set your landing attitude for what you would land for, and then use your throttle to control your descent rate. So you want to be kind of like 100, 150 feet per minute, and you just let it sink down slowly, and then suddenly out of nowhere you just like and just feel yourself touching on the water. And if you do it exactly right, you basically just touch down, skid down, and there you go, you're on the water. So different process for sure, but it's kind of the same type of thing. You're still coming down, you're still flaring. It's just what you do at that flare point and forward, that's where things change. And it's not terribly different. Like standard water landing's kind of the same until you're on the water, but banned from everything. Good luck and hope you make a better landing. Thanks, Moyai. Moyai ahead. Still see nothing anywhere on the horizon. It's a Winterband. In an F-18. with his, I think those are the formation lights. I'd love to do a stream where we learn to fly formation. So I have a friend of mine. He flies at the Reno Air Races, and we did a formation camp a few months ago with another friend of ours who's a F-18 pilot. Teaches formation flying and all kinds of flying to F-18 pilots. And he did a whole camp for us and showed us how to do proper formation flying, and it was a ton of fun. And I got a bunch of video from that, so I want to turn that into a video. Hello, TS. Just Mocoin. How's it going? Murder should be legal in one state, Ohio. Why Ohio? Murder should be legal in one state, one day a year, and everyone just leaves that state for that one day, except for people who want to murder each other. No, this is all I can do for the cockpit lighting. I can't actually. Is it this one or is it this one? There we go. I can brighten all these up, but then you can't really see outside. So it's brighter, but like, well, kind of doesn't really matter, I guess. That's as bright as I can get it. Why do you have a number next to your name? That's because you donated diamonds or whatever. So like, if you donate a rose or something, then you get like places. Oh, the beacon lights. Oh, I have beacon lights actually turned off on this thing right now. Seatbelts, inoperative, beacon lights. There we go. And then I also have nav lights. So I can turn them on and they get flashy, flashy. Why are those on? Don't question it. It's fine. That is weird. Why are those on? Unless turning these on somehow cranks those on. Weird. Curious. Very, very curious. Not that I'm unhappy about that, but it's like now they should be on. Now they should be blasting forward. And then if we kick those off, they should be off. Well, found a bug in the plane. Never donated. Interesting. Maybe it's for... maybe it's for, like, people who have been in here the longest? I don't know. Top viewers currently is one because he has watched the most. Okay, I gotcha. I think there's some play for it. I think it's, like, it's the biggest supporter. So if there haven't been a lot of donators, I think then the number goes up. But then if there's donators, they jump the line. I don't know. It's something weird. No, we got alien lights on now. It does make it a little bit easier to see the plane, which is Kind of a plus. I do have my pilot's license. I actually own my own airplane as well. It's called the Lake Buccaneer, and I landed on land and water. It's amphibious. No, you don't. Yeah, there's an algorithm. There's always an algorithm. Whereabouts on the map? Well, same place I was 10 minutes ago. So somewhere around here. So there was these islands. I'm pretty sure we're past them now. And we're somewhere over here between the 12 and 13 hour mark. So we will see. Thanks for that, B. Worley. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Microsoft Space Simulator. Z's Morgan, I do remember seeing you around, yeah. I just don't remember specifically. Yeah. Donald Trump's hair tastes good or bad? I don't know. I'll have to let you know next time I'm licking it. I was at a I don't know if she was bullshitting because like I was telling stories of places I'd been and things I'd done, which were all true. And she was telling me how she used to be a speechwriter. Like, this is when Donald Trump was in office. And how she was a speechwriter. She used to be a speechwriter for Donald Trump. And how much everybody hated him around him. And she'd ask him if his hair was real and stuff. I was like, yeah, no wonder you're fired from him. But maybe she's true. She's like, oh yeah, she's just traveling. And this was like, I was in... What... I was staying for a couple nights in Thunder Bay, Ontario. So, Justin Trudeau. You mean the dear leader? I'll leave it at that. Are you faster than 135 knots? 137 knots over the air, and which should be about 150 miles an hour over the ground. Is Winston a good name for a snake? Probably. 23%. You better get that charger out. You can't? Why not? They have Chipotle in my part of Canada. I think they do, but it's rare. The only place I've had Chipotle, I think it was in Reno. I was like, hey, there's a Chipotle here. I haven't had a Chipotle ever. So it's just like, oh, it's just a burrito. Okay, cool. Moves over to the opposite side when you're holding up that printed map so you can't see. Yeah, it happens, White Moon, yeah. Past your bedtime. It's a Saturday. You don't even have school in the morning. Like, oh my god. Be the godfather of your snake. Only if I get to eat it. I mean... snake on the plane. No. See the fighter jet. Interesting. So Godson, who talked about. I know my parents let me, but I can't have a charger. So they're like, this is your limited amount of time in the day for your phone. Until your phone dies is when you're allowed to use it. Where am I at? I'm sort of like 300 to 400 miles away from Howland Island. So somewhere in that range. So that's less than 150 miles. And then that's 150 miles, and then we're somewhere in there, so somewhere between 300 and 400 miles out. Long way since I was flying earlier. Yeah, exactly. It's been a little while. We've been flying for a while, for sure. We've gone a long, long way, a long distance. We're getting close, though. Getting close. If you had to eat food, what food would you eat? I don't know. I kind of want a burrito now. Because people were talking about Chipotle. I have a friend. She made a video that blew up about Chipotle. She was like on national news and everything. Yeah. Yeah. Lobster. Back from when we were only 2 hours. Yeah, well, told you I was going to be here the whole time. Okay, dog. Go away. Chipotle tastes like bees and Donald Trump's hair. Why do you know what bees and Donald Trump's hair taste like? That's the question. Burrito bar is a good large veggie burrito, yeah. Asking the obvious questions. Qdoba. I don't even know what that is. I made a poster asking for the 250,000. Wanted 250,000 so we go kill ourselves in an airplane over the South Pacific. Wire money to. Similar. Okay. That's basically what it says. I now know what happened to her. Oh, what happened to her? Was it Chipotle? Did she have too much Chipotle and just had to land to just get the Chipotle out of her? So jet around here somewhere. There it is. Am I gonna sleep? I'm not. No, we're only maybe 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours away from it. So she died of boredom. Yeah, I hear Frank Noonan was pretty boring. So or a bird engine. We need to raise 250,000 to attempt what Amelia Earhart failed. Yeah, I am making. Oh, what was that? Yeah, no, I don't care. Whatever it is, I don't care. It's a pencil. You cannot eat pencils. Hopefully we're not too far off. We have to be within 100 miles. Now, We did about within 100 miles on the Lindbergh flight, 50 to 100 miles. So that's kind of the, we have to be within that range to get access to that beacon. So that beacon starts pinging for us. Artemila Slander was not having any of it. Hey, she's the one who starts the rumors. So I'm like, I want a treat. I want this pencil. Yeah, that's exactly what she does. Yeah, 10:04 here. So at 10:30, we're actually off of that map and on to the very last one. So we're already, you can't already see, this is the abbreviated version of the map. And I think we're past here. There's a bunch of islands here. So we're here somewhere. And then from here, it's like we're in the last little stretch, right? So there's Howland Island. There's another island down south of there. So like we could be way down here. Could be like way out here because it goes down here. We'll see. We will see. I did get her when she was a puppy. Yeah, she was like 11 weeks old. Something like that. Little baby puppy. Doing little baby puppy things. Had a basketball game, went to this parade. Nice. Football for life. Zoe. You're full of static electricity. Yeah, I know. Touch something electric. That'd be tough to have the energy for that whole flight IRL. The 33-hour one, 32-hour one we did 2 weeks ago, that one took a lot out of me. I slept for like 16 hours after that. I made it, yuppie. Nice. R1 is so boring. R12 is just scary. Yeah. Was there stars or was it full moon that night? That night there was actually an overcast. So they would either have to be flying too low or too high. So what's a good pickup line? I don't know. Terrible pickup lines. Yeah, scary. Can't see shit. No, we want to stay higher altitude so we can fly faster and make better time. That was something weird too about the 1930s is that a lot of those planes, to your right, yeah, a lot of those planes they would fly them typically at lower altitudes, which is a little weird to me. I missed me too. One by 25. Like in a modern plane, they would be pressurized for one, and then with this much power behind the plane with turbocharged engines, pushing 35 plus inches of manifold at sea level, and you can overboost them at sea level on takeoff. They would easily push in these planes, 10, 15, 20,000 feet and just cruising like that. today, but back then they weren't. They didn't seem to be anyways. Glad to take care of my dog, yeah. Eat dinner. Yeah, it's too late for dinner now. So, just keep on keeping on. %7% German. I thought that was a battery percentage. Like, how did your battery go that high? Bad news, boss. It says that you have to come back for staff duty again tomorrow. Oof. Yeah. It's all wee. What a dog. Stars. How are we looking on the Dead Reckoning? We have no checkpoint at this point. So our last checkpoint was back here, and we're up here now. So because we couldn't see anything on the ground from these islands, which makes sense, it's at night, we don't know if we're north or south of the line. We're pretty sure we're around here somewhere. If we're making good time, we're up at 13. If we're making bad time, we're back at 12. But I think generally we're making good time. Then it's just a matter of if we're within 100 miles of Howland Island, we should start picking up the ADF, and we should be good to cruise in. So we're over the British Channel. Shit. Still, yeah, same heading. So still the same heading. Guys, my cat is getting fat. I think she's stealing food from the other cat. What should I do? Feed the one cat to the other cat. Problem solved. So we should be good then. We should be good. And medical survival gear worth here. I don't know. They had survival gear, but they thought they might have removed it to add more fuel. So will do. So they're not sure if they had survival gear and whatnot with them, but they never found any in the water. So when you land in water, it's absolutely possible that you're just killed on impact. Yeah, that was the. They're not sure about that. It's speculated that they probably did, but they're not sure. Have I seen the islands yet? I haven't seen them, unfortunately. So we think we flew over them. Even if we're like 150, 200 miles off in either direction, we should have seen some islands. So my guess is that they're just not modeled with lights, which makes sense. In a lot of these kind of smaller towns or whatnot in the game, they don't necessarily model everything with lights. So we're not going to be able to see it otherwise. So Firmer fuel is a ballsy move, yeah. Did they find her body? No, they haven't. Sleeping right now. Woke up, so I should scam them and wake him up. Yeah. I'm actually more nervous about this flight than the Lindbergh one, because this one we could completely miss the island and never be able to find it. So he is used to navigate around populated, so there's no light that makes them easy to see. Well, they're not actually unpopulated. There is airports on most of them, but they're like little small airports which aren't going to be lit, so they don't get navigation beacons when they're unlit airports, simple airports, and that means that there's probably no lights on them. So even if they're populated, there might not be enough of a population for it to warrant putting lights on there. We're pretty confident on the track, yeah. There's probably a north-south blowing wind of about 5 to 10 knots, which could mean we're off by a few degrees, but I also course corrected by a few degrees north, so by about 1 to 2 degrees north for a few hours, so we should be okay. Where along the flight did she go missing? She got so close to the actual to the island that they think that she probably was within like 20 miles of the island at best, like at worst. So that she basically got there. She just couldn't see it. Next step is at 10:30, which is another 15 minutes. Where along the flight did Amelia? Yeah, so yeah. Right at the end. Following the wrong aircraft. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting my name wouldn't display. Maybe it's because I have a third-party plane, and maybe on your version it's set to not do that? I don't know. Should have installed hacks and DVDs. Yeah. Should have just hit direct 2 on her Garmin. I don't know what was wrong with her. Like, it's so easy. Get your shit together, Amelia. Don't you know how to use your Garmin 430? Come on. What time is it for me? It's about 10:15. Promise I also don't know how well these lights work, so what we might do is if we can get to the island and we can actually see the island, but it's just like not safe to land, what we'll do is we'll just simulate that we're flying around for a couple hours, because you know it's so easy, it's pointless to even bother, and then we'll just change the time a couple hours until it's just the ass crack of dawn, and go from there. But so the sun should be coming up, what do we say, at like 5:30? So we're kind of about 5 hours away from sunrise. And 2 hours away from finding it. With any luck. Why did they warn us about 9/11? Kind of rude. Yeah, that's exactly how time zones work. Probably in safe mode. That might be it too, yeah. Maybe it just doesn't like the Beechcraft, who knows. The ones have been contained by the SCP Foundation. I don't understand that SCP stuff. It's like people writing fanfic. I just don't get it. Next to you on your right. Probably. There's a plane there. No name on it, but it's because you're too close, so. Who planned her arriving at night? So we're ahead of schedule. Her plan was to land. So she got there at like 8:30 in the morning. So she'd been flying for like 20 hours at that point. Or no, 7 o'clock in the morning. So she'd been flying for like 20 hours. We're ahead of schedule. I don't quite know why. I think this plane might be a little bit faster than it should be modeled, but either way. Yeah. But she was hitting the head. She was she was going to land in the day. They were anticipating her getting there in the morning. So they figured that was going to be the best chance for weather is kind of first thing in the morning. As compared to like at night or midday. So figured if she got there, got to the island, was able to locate it, and just as the sun was kind of coming up, then that'd make really good landing weather. We are arriving ahead of schedule. I think this plane's just a little bit faster than hers was. They should be. They're in real life. They're the same. So one of the problems with a lot of the Microsoft Flight Simulator simulated planes is that they'll find really great pictures and whatnot, and they'll do a really great job modeling it and whatnot. And then they'll find a bunch of statistics about the airplane. And a lot of them have like maximum speed, and they'll go like, "Oh, well, that's the cruise speed," and not really get it. I also might be doing a bit of a fast cruise here, because like I am pushing 30 inches of manifold. They might be pushing less. That's because I know the most efficient way you can fly a plane is with more manifold. So. The world, we're coming back right where we started. Oof. That'd be a fast airplane. Probably a Dark Star. So cool. Yeah, thanks, Quinn. Yeah. I'm enjoying this kind of stuff because it's this is a challenge. This is definitely a challenge. 14%. Getting constant status updates of the battery. 13%. Has battery percentages in my own life at this point. Could she have over? Yeah, she could have overshot the island entirely as well. For us, it's unlikely that we're going to overshoot the island. We might go around it overshooting, which is the worst case scenario. Is we get out past it and miss it. So like we're flying towards it, but we're going around it more than 100, 150 miles north or south of it, and then we miss it, and then we're doing a search pattern way past it. That could be our worst case scenario. Best case scenario, we come in, we get the track, we're right on track, and we're good to go. Like the needle points straight forward. Medium case scenario, we get in, the track comes in, we're like 45 degrees like off, which means we're pretty far off track. But we will only know in a couple of hours here. Borrow my charger. Come to your house, give you a charger. Jesus. Left, yeah. I'm seeing lights. Flashing lights. Aliens are coming to get us. Yeah. Still see no islands. But I'm also flying at night, so it's kind of a little hard to tell. The corner, can run down to the real quick. Can you run out of gas? You can. I can't, though, on this one. Because I can't put enough fuel in this thing, I had to set it for unlimited fuel, and I just maxed out all the weights. So that it kind of simulates us having a ton of fuel. Now, realistically, we would have burned enough, by this point, we would have burned enough fuel that we would be feeling much lighter. But we're not going to mess around with that. We're going to land heavy. We're like, fuck it. Give ourselves a nice handicap. So at 10:30, we will mark this down. We're close enough to 10:30. Do you know for sure the island you're looking for is lit? It is not lit. I know for sure it's not lit. Because there is no sign of civilization on that island. In fact, they pretty much just built a landing strip on there, like just plowed out some landing strip. And you can't even see it in satellite imagery anymore. It's just overgrown. So. But that's okay, because we don't actually need to see it lit, because we have our compass, or our ADF. So possibly, if we're right on track, in about an hour, maybe around an hour, we should see the ADF pop on. If we're way off track, if we're like pretty far off track, like at 100 miles off track, we should see it in about 2 hours. If we're way off track, we're not going to see anything. So, how did our team know which island it was going to be? They'd already chosen it before. So they kind of knew and did spacing and stuff. The U.S. Coast Guard was on board and was doing a bunch of work for them. So, yeah, they never found any debris from her aircraft. No chance of overshooting if you have the ADF on. There is a good chance, because if we don't see the island, or maybe the game just doesn't detect the ADF correctly, who knows, then there is a real possibility that we fly right past it. So if we're too far out, we could fly right past it. You're on now on your left, yeah. Stay strong with us, Frankie. Stay with us, Frankie. Stream will find out definitively what happened to Miss Earhart. Or just me. Well, I should update this. ETE remaining. Flying 4. How far is the radio signal? So, could go wrong, did go wrong. Yeah, so in this one, it's programmed to work kind of like 100, 150 miles out at worst. And it depends on your altitude, right? If you're really low to the water, you're getting it like 20 miles. If you're really high up, you'll get a much further distance. Kind of standard radio stuff. But if, in her case, we don't really know how well her radios would have worked. She never tested them with the Itasca, because, they just assumed they were all going to work. And there were certain radio frequencies she had that they didn't have, and that they had that she didn't have. And it was kind of a very poorly organized setup. But they should have had enough overlapping frequencies that she should have been able to talk to them. And she was heard by them. They heard her really, really close. But she couldn't hear them, except she could hear them on Morse code. And they didn't have a transmitter capable of transmitting voice on Morse code. So what that meant was she didn't know Morse code. She could acknowledge that they were sending Morse code, but that was about it. And I think realistically, if they were being smart about it, she would have said, all right, transmit 2 beeps for yes, 1 beep for no, and, whatever it would have been. And then you can effectively just fly along and say, is it getting stronger? And they go beep, beep. Is it getting weaker? Beep, beep. Stronger is 2 beeps. Weaker is 1 beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep. Oh, now it's getting weaker. Beep. Okay, now we got to turn in another direction. Try that one and do a triangulation, and eventually you'll find it. But they didn't do that. So they had enough communication between them to figure it out. Would modern Hawaii, with all its additional lights and illumination, make it easier to find visually? It would make it easier to find visually, for sure. For sure. But of course, they weren't at Hawaii. They were at Howland Island. Yeah, so the story of what happened, she was flying around the world, and this was one of her third to last flights. So she had been all the way around the world already. I think I can see the Eiffel Tower from here. Oh, shit. We picked the wrong flight plan. My God. Thanks for the rose, Villapita. So she was flying around the world, and this was her third to last flight. She had to get from Lae in Papua New Guinea to Howland Island, which is an American island on the South Pacific. And she had to fly there effectively entirely by dead reckoning. She did have a navigator who had a sextant with him, where he was able to kind of figure out what longitude-ish they were at, but kind of sort of not really longitude. And based on that, they were kind of tracking along. So they were flying along, and what they were supposed to do is there was a ship, a destroyer, or not a destroyer, it was a Coast Guard ship called the Itasca, and it was stationed right next to that island, and it was supposed to be there to give her a radio signal and be able to talk to her and give her a radio homing signal or reverse radio home on her. So they could home on her, she could home on them, etc. reverse. When she got close, they were able to hear her talking on the radio, but when they tried talking back to her, she couldn't hear them. And she was hopping around on radio frequencies, and she was never able to hear them. However, they tried to use Morse code, and she acknowledged that she could hear their Morse code, but she didn't know Morse code. And part of this comes down to, she probably just didn't know how to use her radios very well. There was other cases where she wasn't able to figure out how to home in on stuff that was actively working, even though her radios were working. Particularly in Africa, for instance, which was only a couple weeks before. So it was kind of known that she didn't really know how to use her radios. Now, she had a radio operator on her first attempt, which a lot of people don't know. She did 2 attempts. The first one, she flew from LA to Hawaii, and then was supposed to fly to Howland Island, but on takeoff, she ground looped and broke the plane. Unfortunately, so her radio navigator said he had lost complete confidence in her and decided he wasn't going to fly with her on the reattempt. So a few months later, once the plane was fixed, they started flying the other direction because the prevailing winds changed. She was flying without a radio navigator, but she did have she did have a navigator, but not a radio operator. And they figure she just didn't know how to use the radios correctly, and that her navigator, with the way the weather was, there was overcast, so you'd have to go up and down through the clouds, and they could get up there, they could get a reading of where they were, turn on direction, come down, and then figure out where they were. And it was just Not very great. Do you have to turn a switch to receive the radio signal? Yeah, they have to. I don't know. I don't know if the the radios obviously always half duplex. It naturally has to be. So when she was radioing in, they could hear her, and she couldn't hear them on the return. So now those radios were much more complicated than these. Like these ones, we literally tune them to a frequency and we're done. Whereas those ones, there were special booster antennas. Like there was a special antenna. There was an amplifier and a radio, and the amplifier would only work at certain radio frequencies, and they'd have to switch between different parts of the amplifier to get different frequencies and different parts of the radio. And they were all crystals, which means that she could only transmit on very specific frequencies. So, very, very messy. This time, South Pacific, off to Howland Island. Was Amelia a good pilot? That is a $1 million question, because I don't know her. All I can go is off of stories. But generally speaking, there's kind of two camps on it. There's the one who look at her flight record and say, she probably wasn't the best of pilots. And thanks for that, Nicholas, for the wishing bottle. There's a side that looks at her flight record, the number of planes that she had crashed up, incidents she'd had. Like the Electra had a lot of damage on it. Like there was a lot of damage over the years. Like it was a fairly new plane, and she had already had it. Like she'd had a few, like 3 or 4 instances where they had to do, metal repairs to the plane for various reasons. And then there's the other side who says anybody who says any of that is because they just didn't want a woman to succeed. There's a reason she was so popular, is because they wanted a woman to succeed. So I don't necessarily know if she was a bad pilot per se, or she was just in a plane that was very difficult to deal with, or what was going on. But there's a lot of that kind of speculation that she might not have been a world class, like top notch pilot, but not a bad. She certainly wasn't a bad pilot. Any idea what next live stream will be? I do have an idea. It's going to be in 2 weeks. I don't know what it's going to be. The one idea is a big, big, big idea, and I think it could be a really cool one, but I don't know if I can make it happen in time. The other one is still a fun idea, and we might do that one, but we'll see, because I'm going to be posting TikToks about it beforehand. And didn't she have she did have a reputation as a daredevil. She, early on in her flying career, this is before really anything else happened, she was learning to fly, and is it the idea of 9/11? No, we're not doing Hiroshima either. So early on in her flying career, she had realized she'd been learning to fly, and see Alex, she had learned to fly from another pilot, and she was at an air show, and there was a woman flying, and that woman came and she crashed her airplane. People were like, oh, well, look, this is what happens when a woman flies. So Earhart, as the story goes, I don't know how true the story is, but as the story goes, she went and she stole an airplane and went and flew and did a bunch and wowed the crowd, and then absolutely greased a landing on. And it made a name for her. People and absolutely wowed the crowd, and the crowd absolutely loved it. And it's like, now look, a woman can do it. Just that woman over there, the one that crashed, she sucks. So that's what gave her the name, and apparently that's what also helped win her flight on the Friendship, which was where she was the first woman to cross the Atlantic in an airplane. She didn't fly it; she was just a passenger, but she was the first woman to cross the Atlantic in an airplane. And that was because of that stunt, apparently. So, where's my guy? You need to light up the skies of a football game to make it easier to fly. Exactly. Just build the Luxor out in the middle of the ocean. It'll be perfect. Why do we idolize her? She is mid and failed. Is it just because she was missing or a woman? So she was getting to be a fairly big celebrity. So the guy, Lindbergh went from basically nobody to, nobody even knew his name until he went and flew around the world. Or not around the world, he went and flew across the Atlantic. Like, nobody had heard about him, and then suddenly it's like, this crazy guy's doing this, and he was like, they heard about him, and like it was like a month and a half later. He was like 2 months later. He was doing the flight, and he became an overnight massive celebrity. Massive. Like, you think Tom Cruise is well known? No, no, no. Lindbergh was 2 notches above that. Like, it's just, you think Donald Trump is well known? No, 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 no. Lindbergh was better known than Donald fucking Trump. Like, he was known everywhere. Absolutely massive, worldwide celebrity, adored by millions and millions and millions of people. And he wrote a book called We, and it was promoted by, what was his name? I'm drawing a blank right now, but it was Amelia Earhart's, eventually her husband. And he was the promoter of the book. He was the publisher. And he was very, very good at promoting and helping promote Lindbergh. So when he got his hands on her and realized she could be a real star, he started really pushing her. And he actually suppressed other aviators, their careers, just to help promote Amelia's. And she was very, very good at promotion and whatnot. She was apparently fairly well spoken for her time. I've seen some interviews with her, and I'm like, that's well spoken. Like, good lord. So, I guess at the time, being on camera was very, very new. So, New Guinea is just north of Alaska, north of Australia. Flying over the Antarctica, I heard that was almost impossible. She's super big. Was supposedly crazy famous, more famous than any living celebrity. Yep. Yeah, he was just incredible. Now, obviously, so Lindbergh was an incredible pilot. There's nobody has ever said anything against Lindbergh's piloting capabilities. That guy was a true legend of aviation. However, he was also kind of a shitty person for several reasons. Not the best of people. But Amelia was probably the other way. She was probably not the best pilot, probably not a terrible pilot, but probably not the best pilot. But she was a very nice person, very personable person, very giving person. She did a lot of charity work, even before she was a celebrity. Charity work before that. So she was a very caring, outgoing, nice, great person, and that's why they picked her up as like their champion of and the face person. So, yeah, it was kind of the opposite thing there. That's why they called her Lady Lindy, because she was the aviation side of women. You know, the woman of aviation. Speaking facts, because famous doesn't mean she can't be mid. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's lots of pilots who, you know, aren't the best pilots, but have, you know, good celebrity factor on them. There's lots of pilots who are fantastic pilots who, you know, who never have any kind of celebrity or any kind of following behind them. So, you know, just because somebody is a celebrity type of pilot doesn't mean they're a great pilot. Just because they're not a celebrity pilot doesn't mean they're a great pilot. But it has no general bearing on it. So, but certainly she was better than, you know, bad. What island did she crash on? We don't really know. She probably didn't crash on an island. She probably crashed into the ocean. She became Adolf's wife. No, that would have been Lindbergh. If Lindbergh could be Adolf's wife, I'm sure he would have been. Yeah. What was the island she was trying to get to? It was called Howland Island, and it's east of, basically northeast of New Guinea, and kind of southwest of Hawaii. Adolf was a vegetarian. There's a reason they pretty much let anybody into art school now, because they're afraid of turning the next person into the next Hitler. That's just how it goes. It's not true. Not true facts. Don't clip that. How much RAM do you have in your PC? 32 gigs. For gaming, that's pretty much my minimum at this point. It's a good number. It means I never run out, but it's also kind of the minimum. Right, off the coast of Costa Rica. Yeah. $16? $16? Yeah, it depends. I would check. I'd have your resource monitor open while you're running it, and just watch and see if it gets really close. And as soon as it gets really close, it'll start killing stuff. So. I think your plane will be done and ready to ready to fly. I don't know. I keep badgering my mechanic. He's like, yeah, Deck, this week I'll be out and we'll take the prop off. We'll take the prop off this week, and then we never fucking do. We're on the map. We're kind of at the edge of the map, so this is the full route, but we're already past the edge of the map, so we're on the last bit. So if this is the last 8 hours, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 is where we hit about 15 minutes ago. We are somewhere in here, and here, this circle is where the GPS should start picking us up, or not GPS, the ADF should start picking us up. So right around here. So we're somewhere in here. ADF should be in a big circle around here. We will see. Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting very close. If all of our timings are correct. So if we're flying slower than expected, we could be further back. If we're flying faster than expected, we could be already overshooting the island if we're off to the edge. So hard to say. Very hard to say. Dog's name? She's Zoe. And she also responds to monster. And she also responds to stay. Let's see if she's going to behave this time. Leave it. She's getting better. She's figuring out she doesn't have to chase it and jump out of, get out of the air. Now she's going to stare at me with death eyes until I let her go. Good dog. Dum 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 dum. Look at me, I'm eating num-nums. Just run away with it. Stolen her prize. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. When I first got her, I brought her to the pet store to buy her food. And food and treats and toys and stuff. And couldn't have had her for more than a month. And the lady at the till's like, oh, can I give your dog a little treat? I'm like, yeah, sure. And there's a line of 4 people behind me with dogs. So she gives my dog a treat, and the treat's too big to fit in her mouth, right? So she holds it, but before she was wanting to run around and play with everybody, as soon as she gets the treat, she stops doing that, and she starts kind of walking around in front of the other dogs. I'm like, what's going on? Whatever. I get outside and I realize she still has the treat in her mouth, and like a friggin' psychopath, she's basically lording it over the other dogs. Look what I have and you don't. It's dog. Monster. So, what a dog. 3%. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Frankie. You should download that messenger app that only works when you're on the last, 10% of your battery. You can only message people that have 10% less battery. I see something on the horizon. Do you? I don't see anything out there. Just more stars. Hard to see on a phone. The dog is her own little monster. Upset. Power saving. Unsave mode, trying to fly with the Beach 18 and power saving for my graphics. Yeah, power saving mode is probably going to hurt your graphics. It might cause your graphics card to crash on you. Miles and miles of miles and miles. Could have been a star. Yep. So we're just watching this little thing down here. Because until we can see something, it's also at 2% gang. Where are we now? We're probably about 200 to 250 miles out from Howland Island, which means we're close. We're close. ETA? ETA is going to be like 12:30, so in about, I would say about 2 hours. Or no, about an hour and a half. Hour and a half to 2 hours. If we are right on track, we're about 2 hours out. I am in Edmonton, so Mountain Standard Time. Central, yeah. Dead. Frankie, you there, Frankie? Well, it's been good knowing you, Frankie. Try that flight. Which flight? The 'cause we're getting there. We're hopefully gonna hit this. Hardest device. Yeah. Just attach it to like a treadmill or a little bicycle. Attach the wires directly in there and just go to town. Oh, there he goes. Night, Frankie. See you soon. You might get to see the VOD on YouTube. Alright, so let's check these. I think really could be is winds, but the problem is we don't really have that strong of winds. So I think we should be okay. Oh! Look what we just got, guys! Look how close that is! Look how close that is! We're 5 degrees off. 5 degrees off over that course. That means mathematically, like, we're only like 1 degree off that entire distance. Oh, that is so awesome. So awesome. Alright, so we gotta set our course here, which is actually actually close to there, which means that all we have to do is set our course here to the same. This is gonna pull this course needle in. We're almost there, boys. So close. Oh, man. Still almost at 140 knots, yeah. Yep. All right, let's edit this text. Still unlimited fuel, yeah. Well, we could turn off unlimited fuel, but it's not going to really do anything at this point. In fact, if we do limited fuel, we're going to have the problem of we're going to lose weight, and that means it's easier to land. Not a terrible lot more, because we're only going to be burning another 30-some gallons. I'm going to be interested to see the GPS track on this when we're done. You could edit it to where we think she was at, correct, yeah. Well, so she would have been around, and if she knew how to use her radio equipment when she was at this point, she should have been able to detect and start getting homed in onto the Itasca. So now here's the question. We don't know how far we are out from this airport. We could be 100 miles. It could be like 200 miles out. So we know that at about 10:57, so that's what? About 1:30 a.m. on their clock. If she wasn't mid, she would have made it. Oh God. Yeah, so it's we're really close. We're really close. But we could be within like 50 miles if we were burning real hard, so simply cannot maintain a phone battery. I know, you guys are monsters. Absolute monsters. Every single one of you. Yeah, still crashing. Time to play Madden. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. It's kind of bad though, for real. This isn't the best of pilots, but not end of the world. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep flying here until we intercept this, and then it'll suddenly get all like wonky on us, and then it'll like disappear for a second, and then it'll flip backwards, and then we know we're directly overhead. In which case, then we can start a descending turn and come in. So we fall off, of course. No, we are pretty much smack dab on course. We were within 5 degrees, which means 5 degrees over that distance is just geometrically means we were within like a couple of degrees, like within 1 degree. Learn to use radio. How much did she know how to fly by instruments? She should have known how to, but she had a track record of not knowing how to use her radios. So there was a couple times where she was coming into airports over long distances, and she wasn't able to track in. Like, she was close enough that she was able to missed it, but was able to track in other ways. But she just wasn't able to tune in her radio. She just didn't know how to do it. So they confirmed her radio worked. They confirmed that the transmitter was working. It was just she just didn't know how to use it. So dedication right on. Keeping a real good conversation all day. That was a tasty burger. What, did you get a beast burger? Yeah, pretty sad. Yeah, she became immortal. Exactly. Almost anybody you talk to, you say, "Who was Amelia Earhart?" They're like, "Wasn't she like some kind of pilot or something?" People know her name. She's a household name. Are you going to be able to see it? Probably not, because there's no lights on that island whatsoever. Which is fine, right? Yeah, Silver Phasma, we need to ruin her reputation. I think her reputation is pretty safe. A Whopper, no Mr. Beast here. Mr. Beast is everywhere, especially where you. I know where you are, comic crazy. There's definitely Mr. Beast burger, but you have to order it through like Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes. It's only available remote sale. So. Her crashing at Nikomoro Island. I don't think she. So the only way she could have landed at Nikomoro is if she was being incredibly stringent on her gas, and if instead of doing a search pattern for Howlin Airport, she would, if she wasn't doing a search and just went straight there. That's the only way that could have made sense. So I don't think it makes a ton of sense that she made it to that island. Can we get swallowed by whales, not sharks? No, we're feeding you to the sharks so that the rest of us get swallowed by whales. That's just how this goes. Planet looks like hers in the water near there. Near there? Are you sure? So where T-Mont? Because nobody's been able to find a plane that looks anything like hers around there. Until the finale. Is it 7 more hours? No, we are way less than 7 more hours. We are probably within an hour, or I think we're probably within about an hour of being there. Hour to an hour and a half at worst. So. I'm on the fence with the accomplishments in her passing. Totally avoidable. She had an Atlantic title, but needed more. She still very well may have sullied into the drink, expired to the elements. Regardless, avoidable, like the mountain climber who climbed one too many. Yep, exactly. -4. Now I'm going to have to look this up. Oh, and there goes my headset. 1 second. Mr. Beastburger is not mid. The fries, Mr. Beastburger fries, yeah, those are not even mid. Yes, it would have been dark when she was flying over this area, but it was just like the sun. It was just had just kind of come up shortly before she arrived at the island. So we're gonna be there a little bit faster than she was, which means this plane's probably not modeled to be the same speed, but yeah. It's already been checked. It's right off the island, I'm assuming, but it's already been checked, yeah. -4. I'm gonna need to look it up, but they really don't think that it maps.google.com. -4 677. -4 677. And -174 519. 174.519. And we gotta switch this over to well, if it's been searched, right? So I'm not seeing it on the maps, but you haven't seen anyone around that specific island, I don't believe. Unless that's... Oh no, Nikamuro, yeah. Yeah, no, they haven't... I don't believe they found any planes in Nikamuro. Because it's a ton of different kitchens. Yeah, that's probably true. Mr. Beastburger probably does. I thought there was like a shipwreck still around Nikamuro Island. Yeah, SS Norwich, yeah. Yeah, they did a bunch of searching and they did not find any airplane around there. Wondering where all the... There's supposed to be like a settlement. In any case. Found in 2021 on Google Earth are in the process of researching it. Interesting, according to Google. Okay. That'd be interesting if they did. Because everything else, all the other evidence has been around that island has turned up to be dead ends, so... I know that there was a search. I'm pretty sure that was the documentary that I was watching the other day. I think it was released in 2021. Maybe 2020? I don't know. Maybe 2019? I don't know. Can't remember. But it was released National Geographic. And yeah. Final consistency getting yeah, well, we might have to just adjust the time so that it becomes dawn, which would be about the time she would have been arriving there. And but once we fly over it, we'll see. We'll see. What was it called? What was which called? The documentary? I think it was like Finding Amelia or something, or it's on my Plex, I think. I don't even remember what it was. Buddy here is your buddy. Well, he's gonna have to suck it because there's no bucket of water needed. Now, here's the better question: is if I do make it, do I get to put the bucket of water on him now? So there's one just called Amelia from 2009. I don't think that's the one I was looking at. I think that one was older. That might have been it. Maybe it was a 2009 one I was watching. Or no. That the Amelia one, that was the movie. It was like an Ewan Mc... It was in like another pack. In any case. On and off for almost 20 hours. What hasn't been confirmed? Not yet. Haven't made the landing yet. It'd be really interesting if they did find it on that island, because there have been a bunch of people have speculated. They've had drones over that island several times, over every inch of it and every inch of the water. So it'd be weird for them to find it on like Google Earth and like, oh yeah, now we're speculating on this one. It's like, okay, what? Yep, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Have we explored the ocean? Yeah, so we're flying right now. It's you can't really see anything, unfortunately, because it's just dark. It's just, there's no sun, there's no moon, there's nothing. So all we're really doing is keep an eye on this needle. And because we've been flying for about 12 minutes, or, well, 15 minutes. But the hardest thing to find the body is to find the body. Yeah, I think it wouldn't really matter if they find her body at this point. If they find the plane. So if they find the plane and they can confirm it was a Lockheed Electra and it was her plane in any way, shape, or form, then, you know, knowing that there was a body around, you know, anything could have happened to it. So that's enough evidence right there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If they find the body, then that's it. They're good. It's done. It's solved. The can't I ate it. Jesus Christ. Have I been in the air for 13 hours? I have. Actually, I've almost been in the air for 14 hours. So. thought this was like 20 hours. So we were definitely flying faster than she was. She ran out of fuel, they figure, at 20 hours. But she was circling around there for like 2 or 3 hours for sure. Even worse radio user. Jesus. Well, she was definitely a bad radio operator, that's for sure. Final approach, yeah. So we're on track with the ADF. So we know we're on track. We're probably within the hour. Just don't know. So we're not going to know until this needle starts to move on us. So this needle's going to move around and then flip around, and we'll be right on the island. So she lost you, her engines went out, and she went down into the ocean, yeah. Yeah, that's probably what happened. She just ran out of gas. Yeah, she bad. Back in those days, the planes were not made for long distance flights. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, they, well, even today, planes still aren't generally made for long distance flying. What time is landing? Probably within the hour. Probably within the hour. We don't necessarily know. All we know is we picked up the ADF, and the ADF 150 miles out. So, yeah. How much fuel have we consumed? So we've been burning 31 gallons an hour, and over the course of 14 hours now. So 14 times 31, I can't do math in my head. 14 times 31.6, so 442 gallons. So we've burned actually not that much. I've had it leaned out. I don't know how realistic this plane is to real life performance numbers. I think it's probably a little faster than it should be. And she also had a pretty heavy headwind as well. She had like a 30-mile-an-hour headwind. So, in our case, we didn't have to battle that, but did this in the world record for a wicker chair, man. Exactly. I set a world record across the Atlantic in a wicker chair. Wicker chairs. How fast am I going? Somewhere around 137 knots. So, they apparently gave her performance figures that she should use. And her performance figures, they were on the Wikipedia page. Gallons per hour, like 60 gallons per hour. Those numbers don't make any sense. 38 gallons per hour at 10,000 feet. 43 at, like, RPM, 1700 RPM. I'm at more RPM than that. I'm more manifold, and I'm burning less gas. So, obviously, it's not quite, but these are various climb figures she had. Like, flat this one, flat this one, flat this one. Win the lotto and get 250 plane, we will try this flight. No kidding, right? Exactly, T-Bot. Before we went down, did not know how to talk. Jesus. Oh, chat. Never change. Get bored if those you. Well, chat's been keeping me entertained here. So we get to chat about Amelia Earhart and the various places in her life. So yeah, the problem is a lot of these have like cruise speed 176 miles an hour, 153 knots at sea level, and they're doing like 161, and so kind of an altitude similar to what we're doing, 170 knots. So it's flying faster. Those numbers, White Moon, don't make any sense. The L10 Electra, if it was actually flying those speeds, it should not have taken 20 hours to get there. So, yeah. The numbers just kind of don't necessarily add up. "10 hours and we'll be ready my golf." Jesus. Why is the dog so still, sitting like an NPC? She just wants attention. She doesn't want to lose any chance she has to get more attention. Was she just flying around for 6 hours clueless? There's, I don't know, nobody to ask for directions, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. There was definitely a few hours. So they were in radio contact with her for like at least 2 hours. At least some form of radio contact. They'd heard her talking for like 2 hours on the radio. But using the radio, and I might get a short bus. See, a lot of the numbers just don't make a ton of sense. So she would have had to be in a fairly strong headwind, or these numbers are just completely out to lunch on Wikipedia, which is most likely what's happening. 200 miles an hour. Yeah, so when they're like, oh, it should have taken her 20 hours. No, it doesn't make any sense. 2,000 miles doing nearly 200 miles an hour should not take 20 hours. That should take 10 hours. Math. It's like high school. 2 trains go together. How fast? Where do they cross at? Right in the middle. What do all of the gauges mean? All right, well, we can go through all of them. Up here, this is the clock. You can barely see it. It's not lit for some unknown reason. This is RPMs. This is how fast each propeller is actually turning. And in this case, we're doing about 2,000 RPM. This is our manifold pressure, which is how much suction is in between the piston and the manifold. So the manifold closes off or opens. And when you put more power, it opens up that manifold, so there's less of a vacuum in there. And outside air temperature is usually around 30 inches at sea level, and the higher you go, it's less. In any case, it's a complicated way of saying this is a turbocharged engine. This is how much power-ish it's making. It's very similar to that. This is our cylinder head temperature, how hot the actual cylinders of the engine are. You don't want it to be too hot. You don't want it to be too cold. You want it to be kind of right in the middle, and we are right in the middle. Going next row, we'll hit this whole pack here first. We'll skip over this because this is important for us later. This is the fuel gauge over here. This is how fast we're flying airspeed wise. This is our turn and slips. This will tell us when we're turning, how fast we're turning at a rate 1 turn. And then underneath it is how coordinated we're turning. So if we're using too much or too little rudder, that can be a dangerous situation for the airplane. More so too much rudder. This over here is our artificial horizon, so it tells us what angle we're actually flying at. This one's not telling us what angle we're flying at. It's telling us how fast we're turning at. So it's a little bit confusing how this works. This one is what actual angle and what angle up and down we're going. This tells us what direction we're going on a compass. It also does a bunch of other stuff, which We can use it for various types of navigation, GPS or our ILS navigate, GPS, ILS, or VOR navigation, which are a whole ball of wax. Altitude, how far above the ground we are. Little hand is, like the hour hand. Big hand is the minute hand. So we're doing 8,000 feet, 0. And this little one over here is the tens of thousands. So we can see 8,000 feet. This is our vertical speed, how fast we're going up or down. Right now, we are staying absolutely dead stationary. 0 knots going up, 0 knots going down. Over here, this is another version of this over here. So you can have 2 of these running at once. There's some certain reasons you'd want to do that. When you're doing VOR navigation, you need to have 2 of them to really make it very usable. You can do it with 1, but it's a lot easier with 2. This is our carb heat down here. So we're a bit cold, but we're not really in a situation where we're going to get carb heat. So we don't really have to worry about that. This here is our exhaust gas temperature. So the exhaust, when it comes out of the exhaust, this is what temperature it is. It's EGTs. This is our fuel flow gauge. There's a whole bunch of settings on it, but you can tell we're doing about 31 gallons per hour right now. And this is our autopilot system over here. This is tells us we're in roll mode, which is the master switch on this one. Heading, so we're actually following the heading that we've set up here. And altitude, which means it's holding the altitude for us. This over here is our ADF. And we tune it in, and it's going to point directly at the radio beacon for us. So we can see if it's pointing straight up and down, we're going straight towards that radio beacon. If it's off to the left, then that radio beacon is off our left wing. So we are flying and following this right into it because there is a radio beacon right on that airport. Down here, this is going to be how much our generators are doing for power for the various engines. Whole bunch of circuit breakers, whole bunch of switches for things like lights, pitot heat, and whatnot. Over here, this is our radio selector. So we can select which radio we're using. This is a GPS device. We're not using GPS device, which is why we're on the messages screen, so we can't see shit. Underneath it, this is our DME, which tells us how far away we are from VORs. What's my career outside of streaming? I write software. I'm a software developer at a company, and I also write software on the side for my own projects, which I sell on the side, which works fairly well. This under here is a transponder, which we have turned off right now because we just don't need it. Tells the rest of the world where we are. Sort of. Not quite. This is our ADF. This is how we actually tune it. We're tuned on frequency 500 with 890 being the backup frequency. And then we can see over here, this is our other radio. So this is a radio up here. This is also a radio, Navcom radio. So that's for these things. Over here, this is more engine gauges, left engine, right engine. This is our oil pressure and fuel pressure. And here's our oil temperature. So then this is basically a backup set for the co-pilot. Basically all the same instruments we have over on the pilot side. They just have a second copy of all those ones. De-icing pressure, that's for the wings. So if we're in an ice, we can basically turn on our anti-ice and it will break off the ice off the leading edge. And this tells us if we have pressure out there. Suction, that's for the vacuum instruments. So instead of using power, they use suction to drive a turbine inside each one of these, which then spools up their gyros. Flap indicator, our trim indicator, so flaps, up or down. Do I have a pilot's license? I do have a pilot's license. Yeah, I own an airplane. It's called a Lake Buccaneer, and it's an amphibious airplane. Act Halo, I do remember you. Yeah. Personally done in a real plane. So there's 2 answers to that. One is longest distance, which is about 500 nautical or 500 miles in my own plane. I did that, 3 or 4 months ago here, flying back from Reno over the desert. So I flew back from Reno. The longest flight I've done in terms of actual time has been in a glider, which is 5.5 hours. And that was several years ago. Crash in the ocean could be the move. Could be. Probably not, but could be. Would I ever stream a real flight? I have streamed a real flight before. And if I can make it work, the problem is getting a reliable enough signal to stream it out is fairly difficult. And then being entertaining while I'm focusing on flying an airplane that's another ball of wax entirely. Gliders are a lot of fun, Harry, yeah. Yeah, I love flying gliders. So, we're going to mark down our last one, even though we've already intercepted. So, this is going to be at 11:30. Very good. You want a mouse and keyboard, or do you have a rig? So I do. I have a. So I've got a few Logitech throttles. Don't buy them; they're shit. I had to write special software to make them work correctly because they jitter all the time. So I'm probably going to replace them with Hall effect sensors, maybe a custom microcontroller. Who knows? Over here, this is my new favorite joystick in the world, the Gladiator NXT. Mostly because they are cheap and very, very, very good. I've never actually felt a joystick work this well, and they're super adjustable. You can replace all the springs in them. They're very, very, very good. This is with one of the controls. You can get different sticks for them. This one is more period, and I can then use either hand if I need to. I also have some rudder pedals down underneath that actually have toe brakes as well. Which, toe brakes are absolute must. Absolute must. Through the Bermuda next stream. But we won't come out the other side alive. Yeah, there's planes that fly through the Bermuda Triangle every single day, like hundreds or thousands. Have you ever done a helicopter stream? I have not, because the only helicopter that was available was kind of like, it was kind of cartoony. There is good helicopters now, but I have not even played them yet, because as soon as the Spirit of St. Louis, I flew that one, and then I was preparing for this flight, so it is what it is. Headlights, so you can see the world. Yeah. I don't think you really can see outside to much of the world. You can kind of see that, but you can't really see the water. Helicopter through the Bermuda Triangle. Maybe. I think the only one you could really do it in realistically would be the Bell 407, 207, whatever. Because the other one's the gimbal, and the gimbal is not a particularly fast helicopter. It's a training helicopter. It's a nice little helicopter, though. Let's hope for the Bermuda stream. I'd have to figure out something to do with the Bermuda stream. Am I familiar with that plane? Which plane is that? The twin-engine Cessna? There's a bunch of twin-engine Cessnas. If you're talking about the Skymaster, the pusher-puller, or you're talking about the, was it the 406? And there's like a 206. There's a bunch of twin Cessnas. Bunch of them. We could find out something to do in Bermuda. Maybe the Avengers. If people want to fly with me, I'm going to see if I can find an Avenger or something similar in performance to the Avengers, and then we could do a formation flight over the water, because they only have like 4 hours worth of fuel, I think. If I've ever crashed in the middle of a big challenge flight, I have not. The Lindbergh one, I got down, I landed, the tail wheel was down, and I hit the end of the runway, and I had a little too much brakes on it. It goes... hit the prop. So, that would have been fun. But, flight missions they did on the Top Gun Maverick. Flight mission. If I could figure out where in the world has a place like that, I'm pretty sure that geometry that they flew through for that scene was not accurate, like not real. But So the last part of this is to actually land this damn plane, which is going to be entertaining. I'm a bit actually nervous about this landing. Because we're heavy, for one. We're very heavy. And this runway it's not like a runway. It's a whoop-de-whoop thing. And if we have a big, strong crosswind, this plane's difficult to land in a crosswind. Like, really difficult to land in a crosswind. So this could get really shitty real quick. And if it's really dark outside, like, we could just do a bunch of circles around. But I can make it day. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. If we get to that island and it's still dark out, which it probably is, because it's still like, you know, it's 2 o'clock or whatever lay time. And, you know, we are probably 2 hours ahead and sun up's probably like 5 o'clock. But if we don't have sunlight, like at least sunlight poking over the horizon by the time we do it, there's no chance of landing it. So what you would do is you just fly around it for an hour or two until the sun did come up, and then you'd make your approach. But, you know, sitting around for 2 hours just flying in circles when we're not actually doing anything, you know, to further the flight, what I'll do is I'll just push the time a little bit forward, like an hour or two forward until the sun just barely starts peeking up, and then we'll go land with the sun coming up. But we see the end of the tunnel, guys. How much until we land? Probably. So, by my calculations, we're within the hour. How much within the hour? I don't know. Could be a half hour, could be 45 minutes. We're just kind of watching the ADF right now. And as soon as the ADF just goes bloop, then we know we're right over the island. We're going to circle around, does not sound fun for 2 hours, exactly. How do you know when you're close? Yeah, so we're looking at this ADF, and this ADF is pointing in front of us right now. But the moment we get really close to it, it's just going to wig out and just like disconnect. It's just going to go like horizontal, saying it's got no connection to it. And then when we fly to the other side of it, it's going to point the arrow backwards. So when it points the arrow backwards, it knows we're right over top of it. We're just past it. And then we can start descending and doing a circle around. So how do you think it went wrong for her? I think she either had a radio malfunction or she just didn't know how to use her radio very well. Both of those are absolutely plausible. And because of that, she flew around until she ran out of fuel. Amelia was a mute. No, they did hear her. She was transmitting. They heard her, and crashed into the Pacific. That's almost definitely. She almost definitely just crashed into the Pacific. So. Do you have any scary moments while flying? I've got several. I've talked about a couple already on this stream. One of the scariest I had, we were in a glider. I was in a glider and looking up another glider about 1,000 feet above me, maybe 500 feet above me. We're both in the same thermal. We're circling. This is normal. You know, we're really close to each other and we're circling. And as we come around, I look out in front and I see a glider, and it's like maybe 200, 300 feet in front of me. Maybe a little bit more, not far. And it's coming like 100 feet above me and like 200-300 feet below the guy above me, and goes right between us. I talked to the guy on the ground because I knew him, right? I talked to him on the ground. I was like, "Did you see us?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Oh shit." He basically flew right between us without ever seeing either one of the planes circling around. Fortunately, I saw him. Fortunately, we weren't at the exact same altitude, but that one was a scary one. So, she was her grandmother. It was aliens. Definitely aliens. Did you read this one? Amelia Earhart's plane possibly found in Nick Margoon, and you should be in her plane. Not acceptable. Don't care if it's the same friggin' plane. They're the same planes. Yeah, someone sent this, or someone was mentioning about this in the TikTok. I think it's just a PR stunt, I'll be honest. Possible wing portion known as the Terry object was found. Yeah, Apple Maps. Yeah, on Apple Maps. Okay, sure. It's just graphical artifacts. Yeah, our plane hasn't been found. There's people who keep claiming it does. It's like those guys that keep, every couple of years, they keep appearing saying they found Bigfoot. They're like, yeah, we found Bigfoot. Bigfoot's here. Bigfoot is, you know, we got Bigfoot in the fridge. You know, we killed him and put him in the fridge and he's just got to thaw out. And then they thaw it out. And it's like, oh, well, this is you bought this from, like, Spirit City at Halloween, you dummies. Like, do you think we're this stupid? So, especially when, you know, a place has a website that literally points to, you know, where to donate money to them. Bigfoot's real. I saw him in Ontario, Canada last year. That was just a guy at the gay bar you were at. A big hairy guy. How long to land? What's your face cam moves? That's just by A73 and a couple plugins. So, have I flown commercially? No, I have not. Has there been evidence of crashing or being found? Unfortunately, there's been no evidence. They haven't found anything confirmed those from her. They found things they thought was her. Turns out they weren't. Probably weren't. They don't really know. Things like they found a boot heel and like, oh, this could have been hers. It's probably 2 sizes too big, but who knows? Maybe she was buying one that was 2 sizes too big for whatever reason. It's hard to say. So we're within the hour for sure. You can see this needle starting to move and jiggle. So that means we're within 100 miles. Well, within 100 miles. It's my mother-in-law. Hello, Max's. Whatever happened to the islands? We never saw them. Now that's probably because there's no light on those islands, at least in the simulator. Probably. I don't know. But on the other side of it, we are about to come into Howland Island, which is where she was. So we're actually tracking the VOR or the ADF in. So we're almost there. So if there's a time to like start smashing that like button, just like hammering it out, which will make like TikTok get more people to like watch. It's great. Into my Florida to England flight. Very nice. Florida to England. I think there's a spherical or cylindrical. I think it's inside out. I think the Earth is actually quantum coupled. She's been mistaken for a big hairy man before. Your mother? What? Mother-in-law? Jesus. So yeah, we're almost there. This needle's just, as soon as it starts moving, we're right there. This island is in front of us here somewhere. Leaning towards cylindrical. It could be a cylindrical Earth. We never know. You never know. Where do you get planes other than the default ones? So the default one, there's a pretty good selection of those, but you can go on the marketplace and you buy them there. And if you're not on something that has the marketplace, well, I think all of them have. I think even cloud gaming has the market. Actually, cloud probably doesn't have the marketplace. But if you download it, play it on Xbox, PC, whatever, it's going to have the marketplace. If you're on PC, that's the best place to play it, because what you can do is download new ones and put them into the community folder. You can get them from, like, there's a whole bunch of websites. So, and there's a bunch of free ones too. Right, for 17 years in April and have 4 kids. Nice. My condolences. Are you going to see the island if it's super dark? So if we get really close to it, and you can see this needle's really starting to move now. If we get this island and it's still really dark, I'm going to move the time forward just a little bit, because the other options, we could fly in circles for like 2 or 3 hours waiting for the sun to come up, or I could just fudge the time forward just a tiny bit. So, because there's really nothing interesting about flying in circles. Like, we're not advancing anything. It's not a challenge. It's just part of it. So 5, 9, 9, 8. Nice. So twins are just like getting busy. What if you crashed? That'd be a sad day. And on landing, I'll probably crash it on landing, because this plane is kind of a handful. I should update that tag, because it's not 13 hours, it's 14 hours. 14, there we go. And apply. Yeah, she's a little sweetheart. Pay too much attention, she'll try to run over and play, instead of just lying down and being chill. What happened with Amelia Earhart flight? She probably just ended up running out of fuel. Just couldn't make contact, didn't know how to use her radios very well, or her radios might have been broken, and just couldn't make contact. And ended up just missing it and landing in the ocean. So once we fly over it, we'll bump the time up a little bit, and then we'll look down, we'll see the island right underneath us. Hey, so, I know. Those are theories at this point after 87 years. Yeah, it could be anything. Yeah, some people dock their tails, which I think is illegal here in Canada, and she likes her tails too much. She likes her tail too much, so... The moment I've waited for too. This is 14 and a half hours in the making. Plus a week, so... Cloud is the market? Okay, cool. Yeah. Australian Shepherd. Nice. So we're a whole almost basically 10 degrees off, which means we're getting really close. Like, it's going to start when it starts moving, it's like a sine wave, right? It moves a little bit, and then away it goes. Because this is just measuring the angle between our heading and the actual point. And when we were initially zeroing in, we were pretty close. So the angle's so small, we couldn't be accurate enough to set it perfectly. And now it's just slowly moving over. So we're getting there. We're really close. So 2. So if we're what, 2 time zones, or would we be 3? So we could be like equivalent of like 5 a.m. right now. How much longer do I think? I think we're probably within a half hour. We're within 30 minutes of like actually like touching down and being done. Done. Are you gonna post you crashing into the island? I'm not gonna crash into the island. But any video we do, yes, I'm going to be posting it for sure. I'm going to turn this into a full video where I talk about Earhart and the final flight and all that stuff, and make a video about it and some of the conspiracy theories. Long form, obviously. Obviously, I've done a bunch of short forms already, so which are on TikTok now, which we're doing pretty well last I checked. So, yeah, 3.3 million views. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Can we crash into the ocean? No. But once we land, we're going to take off again and then like do a barrel roll or something. Do I have a YouTube or Instagram? I have YouTube, yes. YouTube, just look for Brian Murray Aviation. You'll find me. I am live streaming this over there as well. And I also have Twitch as well, which you can find it just in the blue yonder as well. So, not bad. There we go. We've just moved 10 degrees in that last like minute there. Which tells me we are real close. Once we land, once we crash, once we bounce off the rocks. Watch. We're going to change the time to like, since daytime, we're going to be on Nikomoro Island. What time do you think it was when she was over the island? Like 6 a.m.? So they first were in contact with her around about 7 a.m. And Murray, M-U-R-R-A-Y Aviation. So if you search for that. It's also in my profile as well. If you click on the profile, then there's like a YouTube link, and you just click on that. Or you can go to like the link in the bio thing, and it'll bring you to it. And there's links in there. Which I forgot to update the link. Whatever. It's fine. And look at how quickly that thing's moving now. It's just whistling past. Now if we look out, we're gonna see dick all because it's so dark. So what we can do is switch over to pitch mode. Thank you very much, T-Mont. I appreciate it. Alright, so we're descending about 500 feet a minute. Now, instead of heading mode, I'm going to pop this off because we're at like a 90-degree angle. We're on roll mode, and I'm going to set us in a kind of a light turn, and we should just start circling around it as we descend. And because we're basically over it at this point, yeah, you see that needle? We're within like a mile or two of this. All right, so sun isn't coming up. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in here. And what we might just do is go in outside view. Where are we? So it should be just off the right wing. Over here somewhere. So if we move this forward just a tiny bit, until the sun starts coming up. There we go. Right there, right where I thought it was going to be. Close within a mile or two. Exactly. That's how close we were, right there. And the purple sun coming up. There we go. All right, smash that like button so we get more people in here to see this. And thank you, Lucy. Oh, that's cool. Here comes the sun. Yep. Exactly. We could just change that for just a little bit. So Doing about 500 feet a minute. Cruising on down. Not too fast, not too slow. Don't crash. I'll try to. I'll probably crash. Alright, so now here's the other thing. We have to keep an eye on our temperatures. So we're in cruise mode right now, so we're not really making too much heat. But it does mean we have to open up our cowl flaps. And we have to set our oil shutter modes open so that we're a little bit cooler. So we're cooling off the oil. This is a very similar plane. It's almost the same plane. So the Lockheed Electra, L10 Electra, is almost identical. Like, you can't, if you're standing in the room with them, you have to know what you're looking at to tell which one's which. But the thanks for the bits there, Comic Crazy. 500 bits. Thank you very much. Yeah, so when you're coming in, or when the two planes are so similar, same exact engines, they look the same, they fly apparently very similar speeds. So the Electra might be a little bit faster, but says you got sky wolves in the area. Uh-oh. Sky wolves are dangerous. Alright, why is it not turning on me? Game crashes. This is a Microsoft Flight Simulator, yeah, 2020. Right there. Yeah, it's almost on all platforms, that's true. Just looking to buy it. Yeah, it's also on Game Pass if you have Xbox Game Pass. It's available just on there. You just click download. I don't know if you get the full, like, deluxe version if you're on Game Pass, but it's still enough. You can get a lot of planes. So there's the island. We found what Amelia couldn't. Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible how realistic the actual sim is. Amelia, how's your gas? My gas is still great because I had to do unlimited gas, and it's still got like 200 plus gallons plus all the extra weight in the back, which is realistic. Like, if it actually took this long flying at these speeds, yeah, it would actually, we would still be this heavy. So, or at least similar to this heavy. Crashed because she didn't fly the Yaki way. Yeah. Almost there. hit that, hit like, hit share too. I think TikTok like keeps popping up and telling me, tell people to share, tell people to share. Okay, fine, whatever. So, yeah. Of course, it's late at night. It's like midnight, so most of the people who want to watch are probably in bed. You still like the idea that she ran out of fuel? I do still like the idea that she ran out of fuel. I think that there's something off with numbers, whether this plane is more performant, which it shouldn't be. It should be about the same or less performance than the Lockheed Electra. But I think the performance on this plane is either too high, or the numbers on the Lockheed Electra are too high for their statistics, or something. There's something else going on. But I think she did run out of gas. I think she ran out of gas and just couldn't find it because she was running a very different type of radio and a very difficult type of radio to use. She didn't actually crash on an island. She was trying to make it to this island. So this is Howland Island. Very small island. Like it's uninhabited. It's just big enough to land an airplane on. That's it. There's nothing about that island. It's just a flat piece of ground. Yes, we did make it. Very, very made it. Yeah. How did she say she was going to land on it? They actually cleared away a piece of landing strip on there, and I think it was for her to go the other way, and it was just cleared off. In any case, it was cleared off to sufficiently for an airplane to be able to land on it. Alright, let's go take another run at that island and just see what's... We want to get a nice low and over to get a good view of it. Calls me crazy for doing long hour-long flights in the sim, but it's so relaxing. It is so relaxing. It's very chill. It's a very chill way to just kind of fly in the sim. Who's with you? I know. So there's the island. Sun just coming up over the horizon. There's no waves. It looks like it's just absolutely dead calm. Avert the bird. Do you think the runway is clear enough for you to land? So I was on it a few days ago in a different plane just to make sure that this island actually existed, and did. So I get into the zone, especially when you listen to the engine, and the engine is super nice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What is that large thing on the island? Trees. There's some trees. So I think she would have landed like right across here. Am I going to attempt to land on the island? I am. I am. Just verifying videos for the creator program I'm in. All right. Like the content? Thanks, Blake. Here for 5 hours once, the second hour. Yep, and we're just about to get it on. All right, so we are about 1,500 feet. I think it's about time to level this thing off. All right. Now is the hard part. So we kick off our autopilot and take control of the plane by hand for the first time in a couple of hours. So we're going to bring our mixtures back up, set our props full forward. Away from the island. I want to get a little bit more distance on it so we can get a better angle. Heading south. Thanks, T-Mot. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of you guys. That's something I need to solve, is getting a better angle on views. Which, of course, I could probably just do like this. Problem is, it doesn't really work all that well for me. Because I still haven't set up Toby on this machine right. A lot of flaps. That's fine. I can't even see those trees, so I might just end up going around, but we'll see. There's the trees. Alright. A bit rough, but not... It's mostly the ground that's a bit rough. Alright. Just park it right there. And there we go. We're down. Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, it scared me for a minute too. Just like you hit it, and there's a bunch of splines on the ground because it's not really designed for landing on. So you can see it just bouncing off. But hey, we made it. We made it down. You can get some screenshots of this. We found it, exactly. We finally found it after, you know, all these hours. Oh, it's great. It always says the water is dead calm. It kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. All right. So we landed. Now we got to shut down the engines. And it should... we should just be able to pull the engine, the mixtures back. And that should... We should see the RPMs drop, manifold pressure comes up, kick off our mags, and then masters. And then I think we might have to turn off the avionics master too. Well, it doesn't automatic shut down, but whatever. Cool. Look at your camera. Let's Philly pack now. Sent the Galaxy. Oh, thank you for that, Curry Reeves. Thank you very much. That was awesome. All right. Sent a little crown. Thank you for the little crown. Fire her back up and fly us back home. Yeah, we will have to. So let's. Well, we're gonna do some aerobatics and whatnot because I promised you guys we're gonna turn this thing upside down. Is that not... Oh, because I probably need batteries, don't I? Alright, that one's running. And then if we switch to the left one, and we should see RPM start coming up. No, we're not. Now we're seeing RPMs coming up. And mix is on. Kick on our avionics master. Master panel lights. Touchdown was a bit rough. Yeah, a little bit rough. Yeah, thanks Curry for stopping by. It's great to have some people flying along the entire time. So open up these cowl flaps so we don't burn out the engine. Bring up the flaps, at least partial way up. Now we have to invert it, yeah. I don't have the tail wheel in free caster or in lockable wheel mode, so there we go. And now we'll just full throttle this bad boy. Ooh. Oh man. That's a bit sketchy. Landing gear coming up. What's the best sleeps after this? I probably will. I probably will. Exactly. Then I gotta go to bed after this. So. Am I just in time? No, you just missed it. You just missed it. We just landed, and now we're doing a victory lap around the pattern. It's all right. There's going to be a VOD, and there's going to be a well, there's a VOD on YouTube. Because that one's going to stay for sure, because it's not 12 hours long. And there's going to be a... I'm going to make certainly a TikTok about it. Just kind of probably a thank you to everyone, anyone who... all the supporters and whatnot. And, yeah. Climb some altitude. Get yourself some speed. I'm going to bind these other controls. Things like look at the landing or look at the airport. There's a button for that. It's like a smart camera, which was never very smart before. All right, the most heavily laden possible airplane. Yeah, the next one's going to be probably a bit faster. Probably not going to be quite as long as this one, but we're going to do a Cobra. I don't think this plane could do a Cobra. $3,000 feet. What's the idea? So, well, I haven't figured it out specifically what I'm going to do. I have some ideas. We're gonna see. Let's go to Hawaii now. It's only another like 17 hours away. Probably more. Where was this flight? This is South Pacific. So between Leh and Howland Island. It's only 16 hours. All right. I'm gonna try a barrel roll, although I'm terrible at barrel rolls. So I kind of need to be inside for a barrel roll. It just makes more sense. And although I don't really have a reference point, this could be problematic. Oh, that was awful. Probably stall out. Probably would in real life, yeah. Well, if you do a barrel roll, it's a positive 1G maneuver, so it's not too bad. Go live for 59 seconds and do the Wright brothers' whole flight. 59 seconds. So how accurate was the Dead Reckoning? Very, very accurate. We were basically right on the nose for it. Uneven ground, yeah, exactly. It was about as good as you could hope for in this plane. Like, this plane is a handful on even ground. Alright, we're going to try one more barrel roll. Yeah, that was terrible. There we go. PTC from the F-14 flight assistant. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, with that, let's find someone to raid proper on Twitch. Who is running right now? Maybe I should let the TikTok guys go, because then we got 2 more raids to do over here, and we can't really do any raids and stuff on TikTok. So I think I'm gonna let you guys go on TikTok. Thank you guys all for coming out. I don't watch it. Yeah, I just broke it in the air. So, but yeah, I will see you guys probably in about 2 weeks. I'm obviously gonna be releasing TikToks. I'm on Instagram and not really Instagram, but YouTube is kind of a better place for a lot of my stuff. And Miss T is okay. So, any case, but you can hop over there and follow there and there as well. TikTok, I'm gonna be posting stuff on here too as well. So, but yeah, long forms all go on YouTube. So I'll see you guys around and talk to you next time. All right. Total views, jeez, that's crazy. All right, so we said Miss T is available because last time I raided somebody, I was like, I'm gonna raid some random person who is probably gonna appreciate it, and they just generally couldn't. I got a fun idea. Oh no, they're just about to end. Flight simulator. Just gonna find who's in the category from TikTok. Hello, replay. Arctic turns around. So you said Miss T, eh? Miss T. MYSST. Ah, with 1 viewer. Cool. So we're gonna go raid Miss T. Mature audiences, fine. I'm happy with that. All right. And we're gonna go and raid over Miss T. Go be nice. It looks like she just got another big raid. So I will see you guys all next time on 2 weeks from now. And YouTube, unfortunately, I don't have anywhere to raid with you guys, so I will see you guys around.